Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. This is going to be another chill stream where we're just going to be doing some planning and then also recording some content videos. So there will be some coding, there will be some interesting things happening, but for the most part, this is kind of, we're going to talk. we're going to do some planning and stuff like that. And also, so I'm using a 4K camera now. Is my voice out of sync with the video? Did you see the clap? I guess you probably saw the clap after I started talking. I might need to adjust it. If it looks fine, that's okay. It is. So I need to adjust it. So I need to delay the audio a little bit, slightly. Let's fix it slightly, or try to. We'll adjust it by 200 milliseconds. See what happens. Oh. Test. Test. Is that better? Yep. Good. Thumbs up. Awesome. Okay. Thanks for thanks for allowing me to do that, and thank you for your feedback. I appreciate you all. Welcome in. Yeah, so if you missed the announcement last week, how do you spell announcement? Announcement. I'm going full time. So there's a YouTube video that talks about it, and I'm not going full time just yet. It pretty much is going to start at the beginning of July. Right now, I'm doing some planning. I'm working on me. I'm trying to catch up on sleep and trying to just be a better me so that I can create content full time. Let me update this command. Like that? Maybe? Or maybe it's edit command. There we go. Cool. Well, thank you, Joy Coder. Well, welcome in, everyone. I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for working with me. And it really is, working on yourself is so necessary. So I've been uploading old live streams to... Oh, did it say fail to edit? Why? Well, is it the command name? Well, I've done it without that before. Doesn't matter. People will check out YouTube if you want to watch that video. But like I was saying, I've been uploading old live streams to YouTube over the past week, and I can so those live streams for are from about a year ago, and I can just see how tired I was. Did I spell it wrong? How do you spell announcement? I'm skipping an in. I am. That's it. Thank you. Thank you for the help. I'm glad we figured that out. But yeah, just watching those videos, I could tell, even a year ago, I was tired. I was exhausted. And burnt out. And it was a long time coming. Yeah, welcome in, everyone. It's been a long time since I talked about my... the overlays and showed you how everything works. So we're going to do that first. So the sound will only play, I think, for like raids and like a gift of 5 or more subs. I believe. Anyways. But I gotta thank all these supports. Okay.now with the 24-month resub. Let's see if I can read this. Hola, señor CJ. Tenga usted un bien día. I hope you have a good day. I think that says. And Pablo, thank you for the bits. Yeah, so bits, I think over 100 bits get a sound as well. Have a nice day, CJ. Saw your announcement about fully dedicated to the media. Good luck with that. Cheering for you. Thank you. Okay, not now. I appreciate the support. Coding Tomato with the 12 months. The She-Boss with 3 gifted subs. Thank you very much, the She-Boss. Bien Bandeo with the sub. Thank you for that. Okay, not now with the 10 bits. Rowanev with the 5 months. Best 5 months of my life. Nice. Dynamic Voyage with the 14 months. Thank you. Joycoder with the 3 months. And Clink50 with the 8 months. So excited for you going full time. Love your content. You're gonna be amazing. Well, thank you, Clink50, and Pablo. Thanks again for those bits. Cool. So let me tell you how things work here on the Coding Garden. You can't play the drop game right now. The drop game used to be a thing where you could drop emotes on the screen and they would potentially land in the center. It's broken, and it's on my list of things to fix. I think if we do write some code today, it'll likely be to fix the things on my screen that are broken. And thank you all for that hype train. But you can set badges. So if you go to this page here, the Font Awesome cheat sheet, you can see a list of lots of different brands. So we're using this icon library in the overlay. So for example, you can see that Ched Dev has the Chromecast icon. Streamlabs has the Twitch icon. Mark has the Tux Linux Penguin. Mart has the React logo. Oscar has the Python logo. George has some logo I've never seen before, but you too can set that logo in your messages. So pick something from this page. I'm going to pick this because I saw it, and it's a leaf, and this is the Coding Garden, so I'm gonna do it. And then in the chat, you can do !team followed by something from that page, and then your messages will have that icon on there. You can also set your country flag. Flag followed by your 2-character country code. And Pablo, it did work. You got the JS logo. Yeah. So for me, it's the US. For you, it's wherever you are in the world. But make sure you use the 2-character country code. That's the thing that's most likely to find what your country is. You can only have one team. We could think about in the future, maybe if we want to let people have multiple teams. And Sledge Dog, thank you for the sub. Would I consider doing streams with Next.js and TRCP in the future? Possibly. I don't know if it was you or somebody mentioned, is it TRCP? This. Somebody mentioned this somewhere. And it seems cool. I'd never actually heard of it, or I don't remember if somebody had shared it with me before. But this is a way of creating backend APIs that automatically generate a typed client, a typed schema that can be used on the client. It's pretty interesting. So I definitely want to look at it at some point in the future. Yeah. It's comparable to something like GraphQL. It takes like the ideas of GraphQL and builds on them, sort of. Yeah. So, I haven't looked into it, but I need to fix it. There are actually, if you pay attention to chat, there are quite a few people whose avatars are completely broken. So Transiner avatar is broken, and Real Snacks avatar is broken, and Crypt and Twan. It's a problem. And it's on the list of things to fix. So we'll get around to it. Honestly, I should fix it today. The only issue is there might be pieces of it that I don't want to do live on stream if it's editing some of the back-end code. But we'll see. We'll at least debug it to try and figure out what's wrong, and then I'll have it fixed for next time. And Stony Eagle, thank you for the tier 3 who says, "Look, Sensei, I did it." Thank you. I think they mentioned last stream they were trying to upgrade their sub to be tier 3, and they did it. Congrats, Stony Eagle. I've never used. Well, I don't think I've ever used Gatsby. If I did, it was like trying it for a little bit. Okay, so you can set your country flag. You can set your team badge. And you can also set your pronouns. You can see Mark has his pronouns set to he, him, his. Prasanth also has theirs set to he, him, his. George has theirs set to yo. Ched doesn't have any preferred pronouns. They just want me to call them Ched, or Ched just wants me to call him Ched. Ched just wants me to call Ched, is what I should have said. Do I have something purple and circular next to this message? No. Oh, but there's another issue we need to fix though. Chat box breakout. That Stony Eagle found a while back, so we'll have to fix that. But to set your pronouns, you can check out what pronouns we have available. They're in this list, so pick one from this list, and then in the chat type !pronoun followed by something from this list. So for me, my preferred pronouns are he, him, his, so I'll do !pronoun he, and now all of my chat messages will have my pronouns in them. Yeah. Hello, Jolitter. What are you facepalming? What happened? I don't understand. Okay. Nice. KeptSafe has... I honestly have no idea what flag that is. Morocco. Cool. Morocco flag with the node.js logo. And his preferred pronouns are he, him, his. Yeah, you can set your status. I think it's set-status. It's not set-status. It's just set status. Yeah. Set !set status, and then you can put a little bit of text below every single message. Switzerland's not available? It should be. Well, I'll help you out. Switzerland 2-character country code. We need the specific ISO code. Switzerland is CH. I guess I knew that because you can get like a .ch domain. So if you do !flag space ch, it should set it to Switzerland. Yeah. Okay. Let's say hi to everyone as well. So if you would like me to say hello to you, acknowledge you, you can say any one of these things in the chat. Hi, hello, hey, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, coding, hiyo, vohayo, or bogahay. If you say any one of these things, I'll say hi right back to you. And we're going to go back in time. We are going to 25 minutes ago where Sir Davos was the very first person to say hello. Hello, Sir Davos. Welcome in. Before we say hello, let's take a quick stretch. Oh, wow. My partner says that our lunch got delivered an hour early, even though we told them we set a scheduled time for them to deliver it. So I might have to take a break to go eat my food in a little bit. That's unfortunate. Well, regardless, Sir Davos, hey, welcome in. What's up, Wicked Envy and Smale and Mart and Mark? And hello, Demerka and KeptSafe and Lots of Bug and Charlie and Hadouken and Odd Nation and Abzar and Aztec Consulting and Dehu and Yinks. Hello, first timer, welcome in. What's up, A-Main and Purse Info? Hello. What's up, Havercake? Thanks for dropping by. What's up, Arch Luke and Sufianta and Jack Stride and Katoli? Hello, what's up, Random Tim and Art Pajan and Keys Mine and Veritatas and hello, Arjit and hello, Dev Gabrielski. Hello, welcome in. What's up, the Shadow Lad, who says, thank you for inspiring me. I landed my dream job. Nice! I'm glad I could inspire you, but Honestly, you did all the work. You got the job. What's up, Prophylaxis? Hello. Jords, what's up? Hello, Oscar and Twan Viking. Spineless Linus says, hi, CJ, going to start a CS degree in a few months. That's awesome. Glad to hear it. Best of luck to you. And hello, Vidith and Abdelatif Dev. Hello, what's up, Walid? And Real Snack. And what's up, Nino Sarar and Flores and Prasanth and Crypt and Iman Dife and Rukern and Anroy Paul and Raven and Demoney and Assad and Stony Eagle. Yes, and what's up, Bien Bandeo and Web Damon and Ched and Stulsky and Amit and Ed and Kush Alien and Gong and Jafar, and Winston. Hello. What's up, Emo Sapien, and what's up, Isabel Pace, and Macaroni Pizza Pie, and Kaisan, and It's Domi, and Asak the Vel, and Moshiko. Welcome in, everyone. I appreciate you for being here. Thanks for saying hello. And it's actually been a while since we've done that, surprisingly. And also, hello to all these first-timers. If I hadn't acknowledged you yet, Smale and Kylis and Charlie and Abzar and Kason and Yink and Nod and T. Daskal and Deb Gabrielski and Samu and Prophylaxis and Twan and WB Stockman and Demoney and Usad and Web Damon and Gong and Isabel Place and D. Zerlzer and MK June and Samag. Welcome, and thank you for sending a message here on the Coding Garden. I appreciate you. Thank you. I don't think what's up is in the greeting filter. No, we should add it. Put it in my to-do list. Good day. What's up, Swoon? Cool. So we said hello. Awesome. Now, help me come up with some content ideas. So I want to record some stuff today during the stream that I can edit down into short YouTube videos. What are some things that I can do for that? I definitely want to do a speed run of some kind. I was thinking we do something classic like reverse a string, and I see how many different ways I can reverse a string in like 4 minutes or something like that, like a really quick video. Someone suggested last time I could do a quick video on Reveal MD, which is a tool for creating slides with Markdown. CS terms in 30 seconds. That could be interesting. Like term/definitions in 30 seconds. Yeah, actually, we should just do another code katas, just in general. So if you haven't seen my speedruns in the past, we set a 10-minute timer and just see how many different coding problems I can solve within those 10 minutes. So that could be fun. How to center a div. Actually, that's not a horrible idea. Like, we can do a 1-minute video with like 4 ways to center a div. Yeah. VS Code tips. Maybe I don't have any off the top of my head. Short videos or YouTube shorts? A little bit of both, right? Because YouTube shorts I think have to be like under a minute. And I'd also just want to create like short content, like something that somebody can sit down and watch and it's only like 4 or 5 minutes long. Yeah, it did work. What teams? Oh, you got the Wizards of the Coast team. That's nice, Raven. Excuse me. Try TRPC in 1 minute. Actually, that could be a whole series, like try videos. But the thing is, it would have to be heavily edited. I would need to like actually try something and, take however long it takes to try that thing. So like an hour or 2, and then record a short video describing what I tried and my opinion of it. Something like that. Yeah. Honestly, I mean, I think we're going to stick to what we know works. Like, I think what I definitely will do today is a Code Kata speed run. But it's good to keep this list going because we can always do content like that in the future. Yeah, I mean, I think I don't want this video to be more than 10 minutes. I mean, technically that's not short on in terms of YouTube, but in terms of my content, it's short. I don't have a schedule for streams. We're going to talk about that in a little bit. I'm mainly basing my stream schedule around when my mods are available. But I also want to figure out when you all are available and kind of like combine the data to figure out the best times to do streams. Yeah. Yeah, this is what I want to do eventually. So once we really get in gear and go full time, I will be doing that. I'll basically take a live stream that we did and then edit it down into like a highlight video. The difference between React, Vue, and Angular. Twitch is for prototyping, YouTube is for production. It's so true, right? Like I'm here, I'm live, I'm doing it, and then we'll polish it and edit it for the rest of the world to see. Any plans on doing anything with end-to-end encryption? I haven't thought about doing anything like that. I mean, just in general, like an encryption explainer video would be interesting. Yeah. Did the delay between cam and audio change? I fixed it earlier. You all can tell me if it got off somehow. And thank you for that focus mode, Tom, but different. Mods, there are some like bad usernames. Can you just ban them? Yeah. It's possible that this new camera introduces drift. So like the longer I stream, the more that it drifts. Let's see. Mostly we learn stuff from you. Is there something you can learn from us? That's actually a really good topic idea. Like, we could do that in the future where, let's say I give you 5 minutes to teach me something that I don't know. So you can call into the stream and you have 5 minutes to teach me something. That actually could be interesting. I'm going to write that down. Okay. I'm going to try to adjust my audio again. If it keeps happening, I don't know what to do. Okay, how's this? Is that better? Particle physics in 5 minutes? Yeah. Still a bit off? We'll adjust it even more. No, it made it worse? Oh! How's that? Now it's worse? Now it's way up. So now the audio is late? Is that what you're telling me? Well, we need to fix it. Give it a second. We're going to fix it. Voice arrives earlier than video. So you heard the clap before the video. Okay. Now it should be a little bit closer. Are you ready? Are you ready? Test. Seashells by the seashore. All right, I'm gonna keep it there. Uh, I think a lot of people are that way, Stony Eagle. Like, it doesn't matter how, like, it's close enough. It's close enough. Okay, I'll just explain this so I can remind myself what it means if I forget in the future. Try a thing over a live stream. Edit it down to 1 minute summary video. Cool. Let's do a code kata speedrun. It's actually been a really long time since I even did a code kata. So this will be interesting. Let's see if I've still got it. And we're gonna do beginner stuff. So if you've never used this website before, codewars.com, it has a bunch of user submitted coding problems, and you can try and solve them. They vary in difficulty. 8Q is actually the easiest, and 1Q is the hardest. So I'm gonna do a speed run of the easiest problems. Like, of course I can do them because I've been coding a long time, but let's see how many I can do. And we'll sort by most completed. So because these are user submitted, I like to sort by most completed, and then I like to sort by katas I have not trained on. So these are ones that I've never seen before. And they're most completed, so that means that at least most people were able to understand the instructions and were able to solve the thing. So let's do it. I'm going to set a 10-minute timer, and we'll see how many I can solve in 10 minutes. Or should I do let's do like a 6-minute timer. Or 7-minute timer? 7 minutes. How many seconds are in 7 minutes? Yeah, 7's a good number. What's 7 times 60? A 1-minute timer. 13 minutes and 37 seconds. Can someone tell me what 7 times 60 is? I mean, I could figure it out, but I feel like you could figure it out faster, and that way I don't have to like switch screens. Is it 420? Oh, people were telling me, but it was getting okay. That's actually really funny. Was the auto mod removing the 420 term? Great. Great. Well, sorry everyone. Sorry for getting you almost banned. Okay. All right, here we go. And actually so somebody redeemed a focus mode. I am going to go into focus mode. All right, quick stretch, and then just a whirlwind of attempted content. Now, I could fall flat on my face, right? I could come across one of these problems and just be completely stumped, but we're gonna give it a go. So that was like an unintentional. Oh, I did that wrong. I gotta put a time on it. All right, so now I can barely see the chat. Let's do this. And thank you, Drunk Time Lord. Thank you for the gift. Okay. Here we go. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. In this, what am I even gonna say? So first of all, I need to explain that I know these are easy problems, but that's the point. What else? I'm gonna do my best This is live. That's it. Okay. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. In this video, I'm going to attempt to solve as many 8Q Code Wars problems as possible. So 8Q is the easiest difficulty. I know that. I'm an experienced programmer, but still, it's fun to challenge myself and try to do as many of these as possible. So I'm going to see how many I can do in 7 minutes. Here we go. Okay. And I've never seen any of these problems before, so we'll see what happens. This one says, your classmates ask you to copy some paperwork for them. You know that there are in classmates and the paperwork has in pages. Your task is to calculate how many blank pages do you need. Okay, I think we just need to multiply the two variables. That should be easy. Let's try and train. So I think it really is just in times in. So you have in classmates, each with in pages. That's it. That's all. Pretty easy. Oh, no! Oh, I see. There's some other tests. They're testing is if they give us negative numbers, we need to return 0. So we'll do that. So we'll say if in is less than 0, return 0. Or if im is less than 0. There we go. Let's try this. Okay, and now let's attempt it and submit it. All right, we'll go on to the next one. So 1 down, and keep track in the chat how many I've done. All right, this next one is called Opposites Attract. The description says, Timmy and Sarah think they're in love, but around where they live, they will only know once they pick a flower each. If one of the flowers has an even number of petals and the other has an odd number of petals, it means they are in love. Write a function that will take the number of petals of each flower and return true if they are in love and false if they are not. I think I can do this. So we get 2 numbers, so we get the number of petals of flower 1. And let's just put this in a variable, like is flower 1 odd? And that's just going to be flower 1 mod 2. So if the number of petals divided by 2 is equal to 0, then that is even. Like this. So take the number of petals, what's the remainder of the division after dividing by 2, and if that's equal to 0, then it's even. And then we'll do the same thing for flower 2. Cool. And the logic they want is it should return true if 1 is true and 1 is false, but either or. So I really just want return if flower 1 is even, then flower 2 cannot be even. Like this. So that, or the opposite of that. So, or the first one is not even and the second one is even. All right, that's my answer. Sticking to it. Nice. Attempt. Submit. Cool. All right, next one. This one's called single multiplication. This kata is about multiplying a given number by 8 if it is an even number and by 9 otherwise. This should be pretty easy. So we just saw in the previous one how we determined if something was even. So we're going to do a similar thing. So we'll say if number mod 2 is equal to 0, then we know that it's even. So if it's even, we need to multiply the given number by 8. So we'll return the number multiplied by 8. And if it's not, then we're going to return the number multiplied by 9. There we go. And because we have a return statement here, we actually don't need an else statement, so that should be fine. Let's test it. Seems good. We'll attempt it. Submit it. Cool. Let's keep moving. This next one is called convert a string to an array. Write a function to split a string and convert it into an array of words. So we get a sentence with spaces in it, and we just need to split on spaces. Cool. I'm going to use a built-in function for this, so it actually will be really easy. So you say string.split, and you pass in a space. That should be all we need. Cool. If this were a code katas episode, I actually would write it from scratch instead of using the split method, but this is a speed run, so I'm just going to use the split method. Great. All right, what's the next one? Grasshopper, personalized message. Create a function that gives a personalized greeting. This function takes two parameters, name and owner. Use conditionals to return the proper message. Cool. So I think we're just going to be doing some string concatenation. So you have the... Wait. I see. This is what... So we get a name and an owner. If the name is equal to owner, we say hello boss. If the name is not equal to the owner, we say hello guest. It did not describe that at all, but I see that from the test. This is a weird one. So we'll say if name is equal to owner. So if the person is the owner, we just need to return hello boss. Otherwise, we return hello guest. So this is an example of a problem that doesn't have a very good description, but by reading the test, we were able to figure out what it does. Cool. All right, let's keep going. The next one is area or perimeter. You're given the length and width of a four-sided polygon. The polygon can either be a rectangle or square. If it's a square, return its area. If it's a rectangle, return its perimeter. Okay. So if the length is equal to the width, then we know that this is a square, because that's the definition of a square. So if it's a square, return its area. Its area is equal to length times width, or in this case, like length squared, because it's a rectangle. If it is not, if they're not equal to each other, then that means it's a rectangle. So we need to return 2 times L plus 2 times width, because that's how you get the perimeter of a rectangle, right? 1 minute warning. Oh, we got 20 seconds. 20 seconds left. We could probably do one more. Let's see. This one's called rock, paper, scissors. Oh no. Okay. This is gonna be. Can I do it in 10 seconds? No. We get. No, I can't. This is gonna be a bunch of if statements. So if P1 is equal to rock, and P2 is equal to scissors, then player one. I don't have the time to do it. I don't have the time to do it. That's all. But if I did want to solve this, this would literally just be a bunch of if statements. We basically are writing an engine that determines who wins based on 2 things. All right, that's it. That's all. Thanks for watching. How many did we get done? You can tell me in chat. So was it 1, 2, 6? We did 6 in 7 minutes. That's not bad. That's not bad. This is the first code that I've written today, so I think that's pretty good for not being warmed up. Regardless, thank you for watching this video. If you enjoyed it, please tune in on Twitch. We do stuff like this all the time, and pretty soon we'll be doing code katas specific streams where in an entire stream all we will do is solve code katas and talk about many different solutions and stuff like that. All right, thank you for watching. See you later. Cool. Yeah, I guess that could be if you want to see me solve this rock paper scissors, like watch on Twitch. Yeah, Chet is saying explain double equals versus triple equals. Sure. Honestly, we could make that a short. Let's make that a short YouTube video. Because why not, right? Right? Oh yeah, so for YouTube Shorts, it's vertical video. So I think I want to put a section of the screen where I can actually put my code and put me. Let me do this. Duplicate. We're gonna call this vertical layout. Right, how do I do this? I need like a 1920 by 1080 box, and then I need to move everything within that box. Let me just find a 1920 by 1080 outline box. Yeah, so I mean, technically I could rotate everything and like do the video like this, but I want you all to be able to watch. So what I can do is like just film it like in the center. Wait, does Daniel Schiffman do like vertical videos or TikTok videos? How does he do it? But the idea is I can do it in the center, and then when I rotate the video, crop out that piece as 1920 by 1080. Oh, put myself in the editor? What's the easiest way to get a 1920 by 1080 square? I guess I really just need a 16 by 9 outline. That is transparent. This is mathematically impossible. Well, it's not a square. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's not a 16 by 9 rectangle. Oh, actually, I got it. This is the one. nicepng.com. Okay, here we go. Let's add an image. Okay. First of all, I need to make it a little bit smaller. I need to rotate it. Transform. Rotate 90 degrees. Beautiful. Now we're going to put it right here-ish. Cool. So now my code needs to be here. And then I need to be on top of the code. Oh, look, it's me. Interesting. Okay. I'm gonna do my best to like record. We'll see how this works out, because I don't even know how it's gonna work after like I crop it and everything. But we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, basically this green square is gonna be cropped out, and that is the video. Cut the bottom and top part. I kind of want, yeah, because my this bar is there. Can I hide the yeah, like that. Okay. I think this should do it. We'll see. Okay. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. I had this question in the chat, so I'm going to explain it really quick. In JavaScript, what is the difference between double equals and triple equals? So double equals compares the value, and this involves type coercion, and I'll show an example of that in a second. Coercion. And then if you look at triple equals, this compares type and value. So not only do the values have to be equal to each other, the types have to be equal to each other. I'm gonna redo this. I'm gonna start over. I didn't know how I wanted to type all this out like this. Like that? Cool. All right. Here we go. Take two. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. In this short video, I'm going to explain the difference between double equals and triple equals in JavaScript. So I had this question in the chat. What's the difference between the two? When would I use one over the other? Okay, so first off, let's talk about what they do. So double equals compares value. And that implies that there is type coercion. So the two types of the things you're comparing don't necessarily have to be the same for it to equal true. And then for triple equals, this compares type and value. So with triple equals, it has to be the same type and the same value for it to be true, and there is no type coercion. So let's look at some examples. So for double equals, if I were to say, let's say we want to console log 2 is equal to, or double equals, the string 2. Now, this will log true because type coercion happens behind the scenes, and I'm actually not sure if the... actually, I think the string here gets turned into a number. And then they get compared, and because they're equal after the conversion, the automatic conversion, then it returns true. However, if you look at it with triple equals, this is going to return false because it compares type and value. So the moment it sees that these two things are different types, one is a number, one is a string, it will just immediately return false. It won't try to do any kind of type coercion behind the scenes. And that's pretty much it. Let me see if I can actually run this code. Yeah, I need to set a timer, honestly, because I don't know how long that took me. We're going to do it again. We're going to do it one more time. Yeah, you're right. I want to type it. I want to do it live, but you kind of have to already have it. Did Quokka not start up? Shorts, I think they are, oh, my Quokka license expired. I was like, what's happening? I didn't realize. Settings. How do I downgrade? Give me a second. Let me figure out how to downgrade. Yeah, that's a good point, Pranav. And I know people that create videos that way, where I basically type it out and then Command Z it so that it goes backwards, and then Command Shift Z it so that it goes forwards. Let me try Quokka again. Renew, activate. Great. And then let's make this a 60-second timer just so I can, off to the side, I can know how long I have. Okay, so there were a couple of good suggestions in the chat of like basically writing it out first so that way I know what I'm going to say. I can keep it within 60 seconds. I think I'm going to give it one more go. Doing it live, but this time you can see that I have Quokka enabled, so you can see that it like logs out true and false. That's the main thing I wanted to be able to show, so it's real time. I don't have to switch to a terminal or anything like that. All right, let's try it. Yeah. Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. In this short video, I'm going to explain the difference between double equals and triple equals in JavaScript, specifically JavaScript. It's not like this in other languages. Okay, if we're looking specifically at double equals, this compares value. Compares value. And what that means is there actually will be type coercion. So if we compare two values that have different types, JavaScript behind the scenes is going to do some conversions for us. So for example, if I compare the number 2 with the string 2, behind the scenes, the string 2 was coerced to a number, and that's why we get back 2. If we look at triple equals, this compares type and value. And there is no type coercion. So if we look at that same example, if we're trying to compare the number 2 and the string 2, they are not equal to each other. I mean, technically that was 60 seconds. I don't know. But it's like, is there more that I want to say, right? Did I say everything I wanted to say? Did I say the wrong thing? All right, we're gonna do it the Fireship way. Yeah, I think we kind of have to. Like, you're so limited within a 1-minute video. But 60 seconds in the microwave feels like 3 minutes. It's true. That went by so fast. Wow, it's gonna look like I'm really typing. All right, we're gonna try it one more time, and then we'll move on. I don't want to stay on this one topic for so long. Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. In this short video, I'm going to explain the difference between double equals and triple equals in JavaScript. So, if we're looking specifically at double equals, this compares value, but it doesn't look at the type, and behind the scenes it actually does what's known as type coercion. So for example, if we were to compare the number 2 and the string 2 using double equals, that actually gives us back true, because behind the scenes that string 2 was coerced into a number. Now if we look at triple equals, this compares type and value, excuse me, I'm talking fast, type and value. So when we do the comparison of the number 2 and the string 2, we get back false because they have different types, and it does not automatically convert the types behind the scenes. So that's it. That's all. I don't know. Let's not do this. Coding with one hand, yeah. Coerce the first type or second type? Yeah, and this is a good question. Je m'appelle Potato. It's based on the coercion algorithm, so it's not really the first one or the second one. If you look at the JavaScript specification, it specifically says when I see a 2, or when I see a number and a string being compared, the string will be coerced to a number. So the number would never be coerced to a string. But that's specifically because that's how the algorithm in the engine was written. And that's what the specification says. Take 3. Um, yeah. Nuke it line by line, so yeah, okay. But how do I do that? So how can I nuke it line by line? I'm gonna try one more time. I said I wasn't, but I am gonna try one more time. Select a line, delete. Oh! You're totally right. Yeah. Yeah, and then now I just do this. Yeah, you're totally right. And now it's just Command Z. Okay. Okay. So, in that run through, I had like 5 seconds left at the end. And the Time, thank you for that reset. I had 5 seconds left at the end, so what I do want to say is when you would use one over the other. And the fact that the majority of the time we actually do just want triple equals, and it's really only if you want the types to be coerced automatically that you would use double equals. That's what I'm going to say. All right, let's do it. 4th try. Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. In this short video, I'm going to explain the difference between double equals and triple equals in JavaScript. So if we're looking at double equals, this specifically just compares value. So behind the scenes, what happens is type coercion if we're comparing two things that don't have the same type. For example, if we're comparing the number 2 and the string 2, we actually get back true when using double equals, because behind the scenes, it will take that string 2 and convert it into a number, then do the comparison. If you want to know what types get converted and which arguments get converted, you can look at the algorithm described, the type coercion algorithm described in the specification. Okay, but if we look at triple equals, this compares type and value. So if we do that same comparison of the number 2 and the string 2, we get back false because they're different types. Now, when would you use one over the other? These days, you pretty much always want triple equals. Every now and then, if you know that you have two different types and you want to compare them and you want coercion to happen automatically, then you can use double equals. We were like 3 seconds over. I think if we edit out the if we edit out maybe the pauses, did I even pause at all? I barely paused. So do you cast every time you compare a float in it? Well, in JavaScript, there's only one number type. So in JavaScript, all numbers are floating point. There are no integers in JavaScript. So comparing two numbers is always comparing two floating points. Yeah. Yeah. I got sidetracked. Yeah, what did I start talking about? I forgot. I started talking about something that I'd never talked about before. What was I saying? I don't even remember now. Don't say hello, friends. But that's the brand. That's the brand. Oh yeah, I started talking about the spec. What's wrong with me? Be honest with me. Was it too much when I started talking about the spec? Was it too much, or was it slightly interesting? It was too much? Okay. Everyone says it's too much. All right, I know I said I wasn't going to do another one, but we're going to do another one. And I'm not going to talk about the spec. Don't talk about the spec. The thing is, I don't like... I want it to sound genuine, even though you can see this is like my 5th take at this point. I still... I don't want to just read from a script. Because, I mean, this is my script, in a way. I just have to talk through that. Okay. I can do this. I can do this. Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. In this short video, I'm going to explain the difference between double equals and triple equals in JavaScript. So first, if we look at double equals, this only compares the value. It doesn't care about the types. And actually, if the types are different of the two things you're comparing, it will coerce one of them into the type of the other one. So for example, if we attempt to compare the number 2 and the string 2, we get back true because behind the scenes, that string 2 was actually coerced into a number. So if you ever want to do a comparison and you want one of the values types to be converted automatically, you can use double equals. Now, if we look at triple equals, this compares type and value. So if we use triple equals on the number 2 and string 2, we get back false because these are two different types. And behind the scenes, it does not do any type coercion. So you might be wondering, when do I use one over the other? Pretty much these days, you always want triple equals, and you just convert manually if you need to. Yeah, that was it. We'll use it. We'll use it. That's the winner. Yeah. Cool. Well, I think we did it. I think it seems like we were 1 or 2 seconds over, but I think we did it. That's it. We've done it. That was fun. That's my first YouTube short. Yeah, I could speed it up by like 0.1% to get it under the 60-second mark. Cool, that was fun. Thank you all for what do you call it? Helping me, for like basically giving me tips and pointers and like, you can do it. I appreciate you all. Yeah. How did I step through code like that? I learned it from Fireship. Actually, let me link his video because it's pretty awesome. And if you haven't subscribed to Fireship on YouTube, you definitely should. He makes he makes 100. He calls them 100-second videos. He explains tech and programming concepts in 100 seconds. How I make videos. But if you watch his videos, they are extremely entertaining. And if you ever watch his code examples, they are like what I just showed you, where the code just magically appears. And I think he talks about it in this video. I think this is the video that he talked about it. I'm gonna assume, but it's actually genius. He first types out his solution. He like writes out the code, and then you just cut line by line. Cut. And then now if you just Control Z or Command Z, now you're just getting one line at a time. Yeah, so you can even do it with like much more complex examples. You figure it out first, and then you can just do it line by line. Yeah. Oh yeah, I guess that's another thing you could do as well. Like I could cut that, and then I could cut that, and then that. Let's see how that looks. So for example, if we were to log, and then that's cool. Yeah, you can pick and choose what you want to cut and paste. Yeah. Whew. Okay, that was fun. The fact that we pretty much got 2 videos in is great. Because we did do a short on double equals versus triple equals. Cool. Oh yeah, and then the extension that's actually like putting true and false, that's an extension called Quokka. It's really great. Check it out. Here. Okay. I've been live for a little over an hour, so I am going to take a quick break and go eat my lunch. But then when I come back, I kind of want to do another Code Kata speedrun now that I'm a little more warm. I wrote some code, and I could probably do one faster, do another speedrun faster. But other than that, when I come back, we're also going to work on my overlays. So things are broken right now. You can see some users, like Crypt, we can't see their avatar. Or Rot, or 0xf, C0f, and we need to fix that. So I'm going to fix that. And there's a couple of other things that we'll fix as well. So, yeah, I'll be back in, let's say, 15 minutes because I need to eat my lunch. I have lunch at 12:30. Well, I mean, usually I eat lunch around noon, around 12. Yeah, Stony Eagle, whenever we're working on that, you should change it to that so I can make sure that I fix it. And actually, I think the fix is going to be pretty easy. I just need to do a overflow hidden. But yeah, later on when we're fixing that, you should do it. Okay, I'll be back in 15. I'll leave you with a YouTube video while I'm gone. So you can stay entertained. I need a 15-minute video. That's a 19-minute video. We'll play this one. Thank you, Kushali. I need to go get a cable too, so we get audio. But if you're just joining us and you're wondering what's happening, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna leave you with this YouTube video while I'm gone, and then when I come back, more code and more content. And I realize you can't hear it. If you give me a second, I'll make it so that you can hear it. Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. This is going to be a quick intro to destructuring, and then we'll also talk about where destructuring might be useful, especially in the scenario of like you're in node.js, you have a module that exports multiple things and you want to import multiple things into another file. But we'll get there. Let's just first start with like what is basic destructuring. So let's say I have myself an object called person, and in that person I have a name, which is CJ, just like that, because that's me. So this object represents me. And let's say I want a variable that has the name of that person inside of it. So I could do this. I could say name equals person.name. My linter is yelling at me because it says prefer destructuring. But let's see what happens here. So I'm going to use Quokka, which is a tool that will run my code inside the editor. But you can see we've done it, right? We've extracted that name property into a variable called name. And that's great. This is like the old way of doing it. And destructuring is syntactic sugar that makes it a little bit nicer to do something like this. And where it is really nice is when you have multiple properties. So you could have something like, let's say I have a dog, and that dog has a name, which is Panzer. And let's say I have a snack, and that snack is a cashew butter cup. And I have a drink, and that drink is water. So now our object has a bunch of properties, and let's say I wanted more variables. I could say something like snack equals person dot snack. Did I spell drink wrong? No, I didn't. And then we could log the snack. Oh, good job. Good job, NovaScript. Not the snake, the snack. And that should be cashew buttercup. Great. And we could do this all day, right? We could create variables that access individual properties. Now, where destructuring is useful is instead of having to access each individual property and then put it into a variable, you can do it all in one go. So this is the old way, and then in ES 2015, destructuring was introduced. So what you do is you put an object on the left-hand side, or you put curly braces on the left-hand side of the equal sign. It's a little weird, but we'll do this. We'll say const curly braces equals person. All right? This currently is invalid syntax. And now what I do is inside of these curly braces, I specify all of the properties that I want to pull out and put into a variable. So I can just do name and snack. Done. So basically what I've done here is, so right-hand side is an object or something with properties on it. The left-hand side is curly braces, and I specify the name of each of the properties that are inside of the object that I want to put into variables. And now we have variables name and snack, which is great. And so this is basic destructuring. Instead of having to individually access a property, put it in a variable, we can kind of do it all in one go, just like this. And you can do a lot more interesting things. So you can do things like default assignment. So I can say like, if name is not specified, then name should be CJ. And so actually let's show you, I'll show you what happens if there was, that property was not on there. So right now we're destructuring name and snack from that. Oh, you're right. Let it be known, this is object destructuring. I'll show array destructuring really quick, but let's say I don't have a name property. Now when I destructured it, it's undefined. But I can combine that with default values and say, if there is no name in there, then set name to be that. And now I get CJ. So this is really useful if you're like dealing with results from an API and potentially a value doesn't exist in the response. You can do things like default assignment. You can also rename the variables. So if we put name back in there, now we're making it, we're extracting name, right? And let's say I actually want to rename this variable. So inside of the object, it's called name. So I do have to say name here, but let's say I want to put it in a variable called my name. I can just do name colon my name. And now that creates a variable called my name. And you can see the error I get is name is not defined because I no longer have a variable called name. I can now use the variable my name, like that. So there's renaming, there's default assignment. The other thing is like nested destructuring. So let's go deeper. How do you change the name and the default? Oh, I've never, are you like, is that a trick question? I think, can you do this? My name equals what? Hey, that's some weird syntax. But basically this says there is a property in the object called name. Extract it into a variable called my name, and if it does not have a value, assign it to the value wat. Good call. call, Alka. Inception destructuring. But we're just going to go back to this. Okay. What I'm going to show you next is like nested destructuring. So you'll notice that there also is a dog with the name Panzer. Now, of course, I could extract out dog, right? Yeah, and this is what we're going to show you right now. How do you get that dog name? So dog, and that gives me the object itself, and it's a reference to that same object. I can get that. Now, let's say I want the dog name. We can go deeper. So if the property you're destructuring is an object, you do curly braces, and then you can specify the properties you want to extract from that nested object. So let's say I do want to extract the name. Now, if I do this, we now technically have an error because we're trying to define two different variables with the name. So in this scenario, I absolutely have to rename one of them. I could call this one my name. And you see that name becomes Panzer. Or I could say name is dog name. And then you'll notice that we no longer are destructuring dog. I think, like, can I do this? Like, extract dog. Crazy. I've never actually done this. I don't know why you would do it, but check it. So if I want to extract the object into a variable called dog, I'll specify it. And then if I want to extract properties inside of that object, I can specify it below that. I literally did not know that you could do this. That's pretty cool. But as you can see down here, is we have a variable called dog. So I've never done that either, but I do know when I should have done that. I didn't know I could. So we have a variable called dog, which is the object, and then we have a variable called dog name, which is just the dog name itself. And this can go infinitely deep. So you can destructure nested properties. You can have default names inside nested properties. You can have default assignment. You can rename them. It goes all the way down. What if you change it? What do you mean? Okay. So that gets into the idea of reference values versus primitive values. So these values, name and snack, are primitives. So if I change them, so right now, if I log person, you should see that it has the name CJ and all that. If I change the variable name, actually I can't because it's a const variable. But let's say we made these let. Let's make these changeable variables. So if I said name equals wat, if we log the name now, we're going to get wat. Right? But if I log the person, what will it be? And why? First non-sub in the chat to tell me will get gifted a sub. So if I log the person right now, what will the value of name be on the person and why? It will be CJ, but why? Oh, that's true, Andrew. We can even talk about that because you can do a default assignment of an object with the default values inside of it. Because if you're changing the var, not the struct itself, or not the object itself, it's not a reference. Yeah, I'll give you a sub, Christinus. So like, because I destructured name, it's a primitive value. It's just it's a copy of the string. But if we look at the original person, they still have the name CJ, and that this just has to do with like primitive versus reference types. Not really anything to do with destructuring, but yeah, good call. Yeah, it was a copy of the value. Okay, and then the other thing I'll show you is like what Andrew talked about is we could do a default assignment of the dog. So let's say we didn't have a dog property. Now you see that we get an error here because I'm trying to destructure dog, but dog is not defined on the original object. But what I can do is I can say dog has a default value of like name, Panzer, like that. Cool. Oh, no. Wait. Can I do that? No, this gets weird because now I want to do this basically. I could do this. I could say dog equals an object where the name is Panzer. Like this. So I am now, if dog is not defined on the original object, set it to be this object with this property name. I'd never done that before, so I don't know how you would do a default assignment and destructure the dog itself. Things get weird. But yeah, this is a default assignment of an object. Cool. Let's put that dog back. All right, so that's destructuring. Yeah, because it's a value type, exactly. Yeah, Alka's going way deep, way deep. He says a mess. I mean, at the end of the day, it is what's known as syntactic sugar, right? Because you can write your code this way, but it's a little bit nicer to do this. Save some lines of code. I don't know. Okay, so this is object destructuring. The other thing I'll show you really quick is array destructuring. So if I have an array of values, and that just has 1, 2, and 3, I can do this. I can say first equals values. And what will first have inside of it? Anyone want to take a guess? Anybody? Anybody? There are 2 flies. Oh, look at him. He landed on my finger. I don't know if you can see him. I literally just put my hand out and he landed on my finger. Okay, go over there. Go over there. One, exactly. Ah! Yeah, so it is just the value 1. So the way array destructuring works is it's very similar, but instead of curly braces, you use square brackets. And we have square brackets, and we're saying the first value in the array should be assigned to this variable called first. You can also have second and third, and of course these are all going to have 1, 2, and 3. And just like object destructuring, I mean, technically you could rename them. You could say this is like wat, who, and fly, and now we have these 3 variables, wat, who, and fly, which are equal to the first 3 values in the array. Yeah. This extension is called Quokka.js. Cool, so you can do array destructuring. One thing you might also do is, let's say I want a variable that has the 3rd value in the array inside of it, but I don't want the first 2. You can just leave those blank. So if you do comma, fly, that skips the first 2 and then puts the 3rd value inside of the variable called fly. And so this is useful if you have an array with multiple things and you know that you only want to extract certain ones at certain indices. It is similar to multiple assignment, yeah, because basically you're taking the values from an array and putting them into multiple variables. You're extracting the prototype with the default constructor? Hey. What about squashing? So this is, yeah, the rest or the spread operator. We wouldn't really use that here. Yeah, so it has the... That's not useful here, but JavaScript does have it. Useful, but weird looking, yeah. So here's the other thing. So okay, so check it. So that's one way to do it, but I'll show you another way, which I kind of prefer, but here's the thing. In JavaScript, everything is an object, right? So if everything is an object, then how could I use object destructuring to get the value 3 and put it into a variable called fly? The first non-sub to tell me will get gifted a sub. So instead of array destructuring, I want to use object destructuring to take this value and put it into a variable called fly. Oh, I know this. To fly, yeah, you got it, Strider. So an array is just kind of like an object that has keys. The key is 2, and then I want to rename it to fly. Look at that. We've used object destructuring on an array. Yeah. So it's because the keys in this array are actually the indices, right? Because you could say 0 is wat and 1 is who. And now we've taken the indices in the array and put them into those variables. Weird, yeah. I mean, I actually would prefer this because then you don't have the weird, like, empty floating commas. That's it. All right, everyone. I think that's all there is to say about destructuring. One thing I'll show you real quick as like a practical example of this is, let's say we have a file called mathutils. And inside of this, I have a function called add that takes in a and b. And that won't pass my code review. This just returns a plus b. And then let's say I have another function called multiply. And I can return a plus b. And I want to make these 2 functions available to the outside world. So I'm in node.js, and I'm going to use common.js, which is use module.exports and require. And thank you, Bjolny, for the Twitch Prime sub. So I'm going to export an object that has an add property and a multiply property on it. And so this module exports an object. I can import that object into another file and then use those functions. So let's do that here. I actually think Quokka is going to break if I do this, but I could put it into an object called mathutils, like that. Yeah. So only the Pro edition allows us to import files, so that's fine. But did I do multiply with a plus sign? Oh, yeah. You're right. There should be a multiplication sign. But regardless, I have functions here. I've exported them as an object, and now I want to use those elsewhere. Now, of course, I could just import the entire object. And let me kill Quokka really quick. So I could do mathutils.add or mathutils.multiply. 1 and 2. Or multiply. Exactly. Right. But now that you know how destructuring works, we basically can put these into a non-namespaced function. So I can just say add and multiply. And now I directly have access to those functions, and I don't need to namespace them on mathutils. So that's like a practical example. I mentioned we're in CommonJS. You could do a very similar thing in ES 2015. It's a little bit different because you basically export each individual function and then you would import them, but it uses a similar syntax in that you're destructuring those exported, named exports. The multiply function is wrong. I think we fixed it. What's up, Bob? All right, I think that's it. Anything else I should talk about in terms of array destructuring, object destructuring? This was fun. We talked a lot about a lot of stuff. Yeah, I think I did see a message, though, like, why not values it too? You're right. I mean, that's probably even simpler than either of these two things. Is we could say const fly equals values at 2. And in this scenario, it's probably more useful to do that. But basically, you could use destructuring, or you could just assign them to variables. All right, I don't see any other suggestions, so I think... Yeah, but if you do it with like this, you're not flexing your destructuring knowledge. Can you destructure the file contents without passing every argument? You can't. That's the tricky part. And I see what you're saying is like, let's say you have 100 functions and you want to import all of them in the namespace itself. You can't do that. You have to actually name each individual one. Yeah. The spread operator with destructuring? That's too advanced. I think we're going to end it there. This video is already like 10 minutes long. But yeah, unfortunately in JavaScript, you cannot do that. So you would have to literally write out every single one, or you would put them behind a namespace. Yeah, there's no wildcard destructuring. No, unfortunately, because that would be similar to like import star in some of the more like compiled languages, but we don't really have that in JavaScript. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. You can destructure with function parameters, right? So right now I'm just showing destructuring at the top level, but if you had a function called like say hello that takes in a person, and then this just logs, no, not say hello, say hello. This logs person.name. Hello, person.name. Of course, we could write this with destructuring. So if we, instead of writing it this way, we could say the argument to this function, or the parameter to this function, is an object. So let's destructure it and grab the name property. And then we can just do this. This is extremely common in React, where you have components that accept props and you can destructure those props. So yeah, you can destructure anywhere. Right now it's complaining because name is defined above, but yeah. I think that's about it. Thanks everyone for watching. Everyone say bye, YouTube. Bye, YouTube. Hello? I'm back. Vulture Bikes, the video suddenly closed. Yeah, it was me. I closed it. If you just found me, or if you're just tuning in, welcome. That was me from over a year ago. This is me right now. I just ate lunch. Oh yeah, I'll link that video. Coding Garden Destructuring. A casual explanation of destructuring objects. That's a funny title. I mean, I am live, but that wasn't me. Okay, welcome in, welcome back. What are we gonna do now? Let's just take a second to ideate around potential courses that I can create. Now, if you saw my announcement video on the fact that I'm going full-time content creator and live streamer, there are a few tutorials that I definitely want to do, but they are going to require some planning. They're going to require effort on my part. I have to put a lot into what's going to go into the course itself and planning out exercises and all that kinds of stuff. But what I want to do in the meantime is I just want to put a course up on Udemy because I don't have any courses on Udemy. So I want to get a course up there so that I can at least start to gain traction there and people can find me there. So that way when I do release a more in-depth course, I'll already have a presence on Udemy. You're probably right, Kushalian. I think any one of these accepts an empty string. Yeah. Quality is greater than quantity. It is. Yeah. I see it, but don't do that. Honestly, I'll put that on my list of things to fix. I agree. Quality is better than quantity. However, I want to establish a presence. Udemy course idea. What's the difference between double equals and triple equals? The thing is, I mean, I could talk about double equals versus triple equals for an hour with good content about it. But I just want some. So, if those of you that have been watching the Coding Garden for a while, and you remember some of my older YouTube videos that I've done, like what is something I could do? Like I just mentioned, some course idea that I could do, and my thought here is I could record it in one live stream, right? Like it would maybe take me an hour or two to record, and then I could go back and edit it, that kind of thing. Oh yeah, absolutely, Katoli, and that's the thing. Like, eventually, I'm gonna have my own video platform because no matter what way you spin it, like if you're uploading videos to Udemy, they take a cut. If you're using software as a service like Teachable, they take a cut from every transaction. Plus, like there's like a monthly hosting fee. Absolutely, I'm gonna have my own site to host and sell my courses. But so many people find courses on Udemy that I want to have something there that can. And I guess that's another reason that I would do this is I pull them in from Udemy, right? Like they see my course, they like it, they like the way I teach, and then my course also directs them to like my website and my courses. My green screen is doing some weird stuff. I can't really win. And where? Can you point to it on the screen? And 0x is asking what languages I use. I mainly use JavaScript, but I write other stuff too. And I'm going to try to start making more content with other languages as well. Does anyone see... Where? Where? Mark, where is it? Points. Well, but it should be the same here. Actually, if we do this, it'll probably be easier to see. I'm going to ignore it for now because I can't... Oh, I see it! I see it. Let's see if I can fix it without ruining anything else. All right. See if that changes anything. Okay. Vulturebike was asking if I would upload to Pluralsight. I thought courses on Pluralsight specifically had to be from like Pluralsight sanctioned instructors. Like you'd have to apply to be an instructor there. On Udemy, anybody can upload a course. Different deployment types, okay. Building that on stream. Yeah, I mean, I'm probably going to do it in my own time. Honestly, I probably will still make it open source, but anytime I'm doing a lot of things that require like security of sorts, like even login, payments, that kind of stuff, I kind of don't want to do it on stream, at least if it's for my own personal projects. I'd want to do it myself first to make sure that it is secure, and then I'm more than happy to share the source code after that. This chair is from IKEA. They don't make the green one anymore. But it is called the IKEA Marcus. Hello, Fikota. Yeah, you have to make sure to use the 2-character country code if you want to set your flag. Basic 1 hour HTML, CSS, JavaScript single page course focused on the absolute beginner. You know what? Yes. So, if you all remember back in the day, I was a guest on the coding train, and in an hour and a half, I built a full stack app. Now, the point of building this thing was not
unmuted myself
for like so that like whoever watches it is going to be like an expert by the end of it. The point of this was to explain and to describe the full stack and show all the parts and pieces of it working. So like showing the front end, showing the back end, showing a database, and kind of diagramming and describing how it all fits together. Like, so like, honestly, that's it. That's the idea. Is just to basically do this, but as a course. And in roughly an hour and a half, you'll have a really good idea of what the full stack is. And also, you can kind of like use it as a launching point where like you get this this idea of what the full stack is, and then now you know, oh, well, I like the front end, so I'm going to go learn more about the front end or learn more about databases, that kind of thing. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. Did the little jigglies go away, Mark? Let me know. Oh, and thank you, Mr. Demon Wolf. Thanks for being here. Yeah. A course on migrating Vue 2 to Vue 3. Like, ideas like this are great because eventually I want to be putting out courses like this. I just have to start somewhere. So yeah. Yeah, and ZeroX says, I personally find courses annoying because they're very slow. Yeah, I could see that. I try to keep things entertaining and try to keep things moving along, you know? So, yeah. And Jack Flapper, thank you for that Prime. Oh, I guess there's other supports that I totally have not acknowledged. Tom But Different, thank you for the 3 months. Sledge Dog with the 25 months. Stony Eagle with the 10 months. Jillajar with the 1 month, or with the sub, thank you. Retlov with the 2 months. Drunk Time Lord with the gift, thank you very much. Eddie with the 15 months. Ched with 100 bits. Stony Eagle with 1,000 bits. I didn't see that earlier. Thank you very much, Stony Eagle. They were talking about the Quokka license. I'll use that to get one for sure. And the Tim A, thank you for the 20 months. Cubism with the sub, and Jack Flapper with the Prime. Thank you all for the subs. And check out our friend Mr. Demon Wolf. Actually, I feel like I haven't seen you in a while, Mr. Demon Wolf. Hope you're doing okay. Yeah, I mean, really, like, all beginner topics I want to have a course on. I want to have a course on HTML. I want to have a course on CSS, on JavaScript, on Git, on Terminal. But all that's going to take a while. But I want to create courses on all of those things because, yeah. So yeah, Script is asking how much will the courses cost. I think initially anything I release on Udemy is going to be like the standard Udemy course price. But when I build my own course website, I'm going to do a pay what you can model. So if you're a student with no income, you can watch the course for free. If you are like part-time learning but like still employed, you can pay probably like $5 for the course. And then if you're full-time employed and your employer is paying for the course, probably like $30 or $40 or something like that. That's the plan anyways. I still have to figure all that out. Yeah, TD. I mean, we announced it last week, but I'm going full-time. Next week, there will not be a stream, but starting in July, I'm going to be streaming 3 to 4 times a week. Yeah. All right, and see you later, Mr. Dreamwolf. Thanks for dropping in. Hot Chocolate Lava Cake, that's a good username, says, I wanted to thank you for all the great content you create and upload on YouTube for free. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for dropping in. Appreciate you. Yeah. That's actually a really good point, Wet Seal. Like, I like this idea. Kind of like this isn't something I could do quickly, but it's almost like a new introduction to CSS. Like I wouldn't teach floats. Everything. I mean, you almost the entire course would just be about Flexbox and Grid because you can pretty much do everything you need with Flexbox and Grid and stuff like that. Yeah, modern CSS basically. Yeah, that's a good thing. What's up, Bob? Thanks for being here. Yeah, that is true. If you find courses or annoying or slow, you can always speed them up. Those are a YouTube extension. I use a YouTube extension called I forget what it's called, but I'll look at the frequently asked questions to figure out what it's called. It's like apparently I say the word YouTube a lot. Enhancer for YouTube. But Enhancer for YouTube lets you set like the theme and stuff like that. So if you look at my YouTube, it's green. The things are green. It's like nice and Coding Garden themed. And then if you look at a video player, all this extra stuff comes from Enhancer for YouTube. Yeah. And hello, Deep Chill. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being new. Thanks for saying hello. Yeah, my plan is to create courses for beginners and courses for intermediate, advanced, all that kind of stuff. I think I'm going to create a lot of little courses. And I think eventually, once I have like a really good library of my own courses, I could even do like a subscription model on my website. So like you pay $20 a month and you get access to all my courses, that kind of thing. Let's take a quick stretch. Ooh. Yeah, that's the plan. It's dummy. We recorded a Code Kata speedrun earlier, and then we tried to record a YouTube short earlier. So we're getting back into it. More content type stuff. Garden University, yeah. Yeah, at this point I'm full-time, but I mentioned it earlier. Right now I'm working on me. I'm trying to make sure that I get good sleep. I'm doing a lot of brainstorming and like business planning. And then starting in July, I'm going to be streaming full-time. And thank you, Zokun. Appreciate it. Have I done a course on templating languages like EJS? No, mainly because in my professional experience, I basically never used server-side rendering. Everything I built was always a JSON API with some sort of static front end. Now, the trend these days is to do some sort of hybrid, like using something like Next.js or Nuxt.js, which has some server-side rendering and some, but then things that don't need to be server-side rendered turn into like a single-page application. But I don't know. What's that buy-in? What's your philosophy on the accessibility of programming in general? Let's talk about that. So this can be interpreted a lot of different ways. I think in general, like now more than ever, it is really easy to self-learn programming. So if you're talking about accessibility of like getting into the field or like trying to learn to do the thing, I think it's hugely accessible. Like the amount of free content on YouTube or inexpensive courses you can buy to just self-teach yourself, that is very accessible. If you talk about the community aspect and people themselves, and like, are they welcoming of newbies? Or are they welcoming of people of differing opinions or people of differing backgrounds or people from different parts of the world or from different cultures and stuff like that? And I would say we have some work to do, just like we do in the rest of the world. Like there are a lot of intolerant people and a lot of there's a lot of gatekeeping. So basically people that are established in an industry and then they will make fun of or put down younger or newer people to the field that are just trying to learn. And I think that's a problem. We try to stay away from that kind of thing here on the Coding Garden. We're a very open and welcoming community. There are no dumb questions. We try to answer every question as best we can because we all remember what it was like to be a beginner, to be an outsider. And sometimes you ask questions and only after asking them you realize like, oh, I should have known this, or oh, like why did I even ask that question? But you got to start somewhere. So yeah, there's that. And then you could also talk about accessibility just in terms of like the kinds of people that can program, right? Like we've talked about this before, but typically in the world, if you want to learn to program, you pretty much have to learn to speak English first, or like learn them at the same time, because most programming languages and most programming communities are focused around English speakers. And so like that actually makes it less accessible for people living in other countries and that speak other languages natively to get into programming, because they kind of have to learn. It's another barrier. They have to learn English as well. I don't know if there's anything happening in that space, like if there are any languages that are meant to be written from the standpoint of someone that speaks another language. But that's another aspect of accessibility. And so hopefully that was what you were talking about. Thanks for your question. Am I going to code the courses website on stream? I mentioned earlier that I probably would not, but I would eventually release the source code as open source. Yeah. Can I go over the difference between server-side rendering and static rendering? I think this would be a good explainer video. I'm not going to do it today, but some other day. This is a prime topic for like a 5 to 10 minute video that we could do. Yeah, and it's funny, you two are on the same page. Kush Alien asked the question right immediately after you, because SSR stands for server-side rendering. Not today, but yeah. Learning to code regardless of background. Yeah, like I said, the amount of resources and things you have access to are aplenty. However, I guess this is another thing that I didn't talk about, though. There's also potentially like ageism in the workplace. So like, sure, you could learn to code and you can teach yourself and find all the resources you need, but when you're trying to get a job, you might, as an older person, let's say you're maybe in your 40s or your 50s, you might get looked over as an entry-level applicant because you are older. And in most places that's illegal. Companies can't do that, but it is happening. So in terms of that background, it's not as accessible. But then if you're also talking about this from the standpoint of Can anyone learn to code, like regardless of what they knew before or what they've done before? I'm of the opinion that anyone can learn to code, but I don't think everyone should learn to code. Like, some people just aren't technical, and some people aren't also haven't had a lot of practice thinking logically and thinking very strategically and very precisely. And I say this because I used to teach coding at a coding school, and I would have students where, in terms of learning programming, this is the first time in their life ever where they really have had to be very methodical and very like logical about learning to code and then actually solving programs with and solving problems with code. Because for a lot of people, they just think very generally. They think they haven't had a lot of practice, like being precise, and you definitely need that in coding and programming. Now, it is something I think that can be learned, but if you've never done it before, that's a whole other obstacle in terms of getting into programming. Oh, nice. Bob says, I wrote my final paper on tech gatekeeping. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think just in general, like it's not even just a problem with programming. It's a problem with like a lot of different places and fields where you just have people that they forgot where they came from, right? Like you have people that forget that they were once a beginner. They forget that they were once naive and ignorant of various topics, and they didn't just all of a sudden know everything. But they treat people like they have known this for all time, and you should feel really dumb for not knowing a thing. Yeah. Yeah. Would I be interested in spreading Coding Garden to a more international audience? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think for the most part, we're a pretty international audience. Like you can see the flags. Like, I mean, Kush, you're from Poland, and who else? I got Drop Mania from Germany, Metalb from Albania, or Metal Alb from Albania. We got It's Domi from the Czech Republic. We got Slasky from Ukraine. Michael from Moldova. Like people are all over the place. We're worldwide. What do I think about Mac for game development? It depends, like what kind of games you're creating, because I mean, I think if you're using like Unity, that can be cross-platform anyway. So like you could write it on a Mac and then it would still technically run on Windows or mobile. But yeah, it depends. Yeah, feel free, hot chocolate lava cake, who says, am I allowed to do suggestions on details of the course structure? Speaking as someone who consumes a lot of courses as part of learning web dev. Yeah, I'd be happy to hear what you have to say about it, or what you don't like about it, or what you do like about it, that kind of thing. Yeah, I think so, the She-Boss. Like, honestly, I want to create a course about anything and everything. Like, anything I've ever had experience with, or anything I've ever done, or even, I mean, things that I want to learn and do, I want to create courses on. I got big plans. I gotta organize my thoughts and, like, do some planning. But overall, I mean, I want to create a course on everything, honestly. And James, thank you for the Prime. Yeah, 7-month Prime, thank you. And Smith said, thanks for the 100 bits. And what's up, Chloroller? Hello. Oh, like short videos on thing like browser APIs. And then just also short videos on third-party libraries. So like date libraries, request libraries, UI libraries. These are all good topics. Hello, Salazar. Oh, did I tell you all to mention where you're from? We got Holland, Canada, Bulgaria, South Africa, Brazil. Wow. SQL Gordster is from Canada. A course on how to create a course. That's funny. Oh, I see what you mean. Like actually creating content in other languages. I haven't thought about that. But I think one thing we could do as like a first step is, well, first of all, I need to get all of my YouTube videos properly transcribed so that they have closed captions. And then once we have that, we can have the closed captions properly translated as well. I don't know how good the auto translate on YouTube is, but I think that's one way of reaching a more international audience, is making sure that like the subtitles are translated properly. Cool. I didn't talk about why I quit, but I mean, it's mainly, I've just always, I found my calling like several years ago when I started doing this. Like I love doing this and I want to keep doing this. And so that's mainly it. Like, writing software for people is fun and fine. It's fine. But doing this is more fun for me. Yeah, and that's true. Like for all the things that I don't know that I want to make a course about, I can absolutely learn them beforehand. Yeah. Welcome, Sam. Thanks for being here. I haven't thought about this vulture bike, but it actually, it's good from a business planning perspective. Like if you think of Coding Garden as a business, right? Trying to make money. You have different customer segments. Students being one customer segment. Professionals out in the world are one customer segment, and then even companies, because companies could potentially hire me to teach their employees about a specific topic. And then there's more like enterprisey topics, like things like Active Directory and stuff like that. So yeah. Sudoku is mentioning avoiding and solving merge conflicts in the workplace. I mean, that's another good short video idea, is just show an example of a merge conflict and how to get through it. Yeah. This keyboard, I don't use this one as often as the other one. It's still a red dragon, but I think it has brown switches instead of red switches. Yeah. Course about UML. Maybe. Yeah. It's true, Job Mania. My URL shortener video is probably one of the most viewed videos I have. Well, welcome in, Code Black. Glad to have you. Oh, nice, Bob. Yeah, I'd be happy to have you transcribe some of the videos. Yeah. Yeah, I have an older video where I talked about contributing to open source, but I could probably do another one. And thank you, Gilajar. Appreciate you. Yeah, I like this, Oscar, but it really is ideas. So, if you have an idea that I skipped over that I haven't read, feel free to put it here. So if you do !idea followed by the idea, it'll pop up here. It's here forever. And then feel free to upvote someone else's idea if you like it. But this is basically how we could do like voting on people's ideas. I don't really plan to do any freelance work, no. I mainly just want to focus on Twitch streams, YouTube videos, and courses. Cool. Glad to hear it, Ryan. And thanks for being here. This is a big, long message, but I'm going to read it. Hot Chocolate Lava Cake. So Hot Chocolate Lava Cake is a potential customer of the Coding Garden. They might potentially buy one of my courses, and they have some feedback because they take a lot of online courses. So let's see. So presenting a new topic, and instead of showing best practices, begin with 2 to 3 wrong ways of doing said topic, then show you the actual way an experienced dev would do it. A very confusing situation. Yeah, I mean, I could see this not necessarily doing it the wrong way, but doing it maybe the long way, in that they do it the not best practices way. But usually they do that to show you how things work under the hood, or like what kind of magic is happening if you are doing it the best practice way. But I could see where that gets really annoying, where like you're just taking a course and you want to know the right way from the start. You want to know the best practice from the start. So yeah. And then 2 is showing real life examples instead of arbitrary ones that you would never see in a code base. Show something you would see in the future at a workplace. I agree with this as well. I don't like using variable names like foo and bar, and I like to show real examples of the things that I'm talking about. So yeah, I'm definitely going to strive to do those things in the courses that I create. You guys don't build counters every day? Yeah. It's funny because a lot of like the intro to React tutorials or intro to Vue are like how to build a counter. Yeah. Oh, definitely, Wucha. So that's a good callback. For those of you that never saw this one, you can watch it after stream. Yeah. Is this the one that you're talking about, Wucha? Where so this is one of the noob quests. So this is when I was pairing with a complete and total noob, but we built a web page where anybody that goes to the web page, you could actually see their mouse moving on the page. So we used Socket.io for that. But that was a fun one. I don't know if I missed it, but is that the one you were talking about? I have YouTube memberships and YouTube thanks enabled, but any other video should have ads disabled. There shouldn't be any ads on my YouTube channel. Open source contribution example? Yeah, I definitely want to do something like that. Yeah, it's true, Vulture Bike. Like, there are best practices, but sometimes there are business requirements. There are constraints where you can't do best practices. So, yeah. Yeah, I like that, Ryan. I'm going to keep it there as a note. Please don't do a to-do list as a tutorial. The thing is, like, there's a lot of fun ways you can spin a to-do list. So instead of a to-do list, you can create, like, a favorite YouTube videos list, right? Basically, a list of anything is, instead of a to-do list, you can do a list of anything. When can you call yourself a Meteor full stack developer? Do you mean like mid-level? Hello, Shadow Lad. I don't know. I've been live for 2 hours. I've written some code. We've talked a lot. I don't know. Svelte is really great. I think like once the Svelte community like develops enough, and in terms of like community packages and community support, it's going to be the dominant framework because it just does things the right way. Like there's no way that React Virtual DOM or the Vue Virtual DOM will ever be as fast as rendering things as just vanilla JavaScript direct DOM updates, and that's what Svelte does. It just does direct DOM updates, and also the developer experience is really nice. You write way less code. Svelte is great. Overall, Svelte is awesome. Yeah. Yeah, good question, Sam. So Sam is saying many of my university professors have told me that it would be good to learn LaTeX. Do you think it's worth the effort or not really? I would say if you plan on having a career in academia, like if you plan on getting a job as a professor, or maybe like you're getting a master's degree, or yeah, you're going to be a researcher of sorts, then yeah, LaTeX is that's how researchers write research papers. Personally, I never learned it, and I never needed it out in the real world. So I didn't get a master's degree. I only got my undergraduate bachelor's degree, and then immediately went out into the workforce. And I never saw LaTeX ever again. I had a college professor that would use LaTeX to write our assignments and our homework and stuff like that. But yeah, I think if you're gonna stay in academia, yeah, learn it. Otherwise, I don't really see it used anywhere else. So, I've ever tried using Golang. I think I did some very basic Go. I think a while back we solved a code kata with Go. But yeah, yeah. That's what we're gonna do next, Drop Mania. Is we're going to fix these profile images. Oh. Why are you showing me that, Stony Eagle? I mean, it's interesting. You're not using an API key, but yeah, 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 yeah. Ryan, I saw your posts. It's funny that I see them, but I don't respond on the Discord. Cause it's really because I start thinking of my response, and then it turns into like, oh, my response is going to be like 2 paragraphs long, and then I don't send it. Regardless, but I saw your post, um, and it's a really hard problem to solve because you are just dealing with blocks of text. I thought of this though. One thing you could do is look at all of the data you've scraped, look at those entries in the details array, and count the number of occurrences of every possible detail first. Like you do that, you do one pass, and now you basically have a lookup table that tells you anything that's occurred more than once, and then you can maybe assume if something has occurred more than once, then it's a header rather than content. Now that's not going to be foolproof because you might actually have some content that's repeated that's not a header, but I don't know. I think that would be a good way of doing a first pass, and then you might have to manually go in and pick and choose which ones are the headers, and now you have a set list of headers that you can use for the rest of the data. I don't know, but yeah, NLP stands for natural language processing, and it's tricky. I use a timer called timeout. It pops up every now and then and tells me to take a break. Oh, thank you, Ziardi. Yeah. Yeah, and Ihans is mentioning about LaTeX, which someone asked about earlier. Um, yeah. I mainly rely on linting in the IDE for the stuff that I write. But I mean, I don't have a job anymore, but at work, I was trying to use TypeScript for newer projects, just because it's like built-in documentation, and it's nice. Oh, I see, Stony Eagle. That makes sense. Oh, you got it working with. That's actually really cool that you got it working with GPT-3. I didn't know that, Ryan. That's awesome. Good morning, Dono. Hello. Sure, pan spinning kids. Yeah, I mean, I don't use the word enough to know that it's pronounced that way, but it's good to know. This is actually latex, not latex. Latex. And Pomodoro only has one R. I appreciate the corrections, and thanks for being nice about it. Yeah, for me, I'm on a Mac just because it's easy to use. Apps just work. This laptop is 7 years old. Like, what other piece of technology? I guess we're at a point in time where five or so years ago, the tech that was being created was just so good that it's probably good enough for everything we'd ever want to do. So I don't know. This laptop I'm using is 7 years old and it's still amazing. And I mean, I can do my job on it. I can do this on it. I edit videos. I edit images and photos. I make music on it. Yeah. I don't have a preferred UI library, but typically if we're doing something really fast or quick, I'll use Bootstrap just because I have a lot of experience with it. If I'm using React, I'll probably use Material UI. If I'm using Vue, I'll probably use Vuetify. Yeah. Latex? Tex? I don't know. Yeah. It really is. I saw that you can get a 2015 MacBook Pro on eBay right now for $400, and you can find some that are in excellent condition. I would say the only issue is I need to replace the battery on this thing because I've been getting worse and worse battery life. And then also, my battery's charging, but the light didn't come on. Yeah, I don't know. A 2011 MacBook Pro, nice. Aside from 1,000 dead pixels, it's still rocking. Nice. I didn't watch the Apple conference, no. Well, not excellent. I would say in good condition. Excellent condition, $600. But even so, the fact that you can get a MacBook for under $1,000 that still supports the latest Mac OS and is a really good machine. I don't know. Yeah, that's what popped up in my head when I mentioned Vuetify, because it's I do use Vuetify, but if you're using the composition API in Vue 3, then I don't even know if Vuetify has been released for that yet. Oh, you got the M1? Nice. Russ is saying, I'm currently learning Python, and I feel confident using it. Would you advise learning React for the front end instead of the regular HTML with what, JavaScript? It depends. I would say if you're totally new to JavaScript in general, you probably should learn to do things without React first. Just so you know, what React is actually doing. But then in general, React is probably the most popular way of building front ends, so it's worth it to learn. Yeah. I guess that's true. The newer M1s are you can get for a little under 1,000. Yeah. It's a good point, Ryan. Thanks for pointing it out. A quick announcement to anyone that is enrolling in school. Make sure that your program allows M1 Max, because the program that you're in might require some software that doesn't run on M1 Max. So you might want to look out for that. And I guess that's another point. This is an Intel Mac, and I don't know, all the stuff written for it still runs on this. I do think so, as Okun. Though it's tricky to say though, right? Because before the most recent Svelte came to prominence, and before it was released and all that, like Vue was around. And I mean, I'm of the opinion that like Vue just does things right. And Anthony, thank you very much for that raid. What are you working on? Anthony from Kitter. Shout out to our friend here. 100,000 plus user app getting a near complete rewrite. Oh, nice, nice. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for the raid. I'm answering this question that was asked. When do I think Svelte dominance is inevitable, and if so, for how long? And if you're not familiar with it, this Svelte is a front end framework. It's basically what you would use like instead of React or instead of Vue. And what I was saying is, just because, well, I mean, I'm gonna summarize it now because I've had a few seconds to think about it. But like, just because something is really good and really awesome, so the fact that this is all the code required for like this little template here is amazing. Like, let's look at click handlers. Like, the script look just, it's so clean, and the template isn't that bad. Like, this looks really, the developer experience here is amazing. And then on top of that, if you look at like what actually happens under the hood and behind the scenes when you actually bundle this app, it's so much more performant than React or even Vue. So just because it's objectively better from a lot of different perspectives doesn't mean that it is actually going to get market dominance, because I think the main thing is like legacy code. And it's funny to say, because like at this point there are React apps out there that are technically legacy code, that were written on like an older version of React that haven't been upgraded. And any company isn't going to just completely rewrite their app. That would be crazy. Like, and they would have to if they're converting to something like Svelte. So I don't know. I don't think it's inevitable. I think I don't know. I don't know. I don't have a good answer for this. Like, it's awesome. And I mean, as you can tell, I'm saying it's awesome and I don't even use it. I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't really have any thoughts on Alpine.js. I've looked at it in the past. Is it like a full stack framework? Your new lightweight JavaScript framework. Oh, it's just a bunch of like HTML attributes, and like you're writing less and less JavaScript. I've never used it. It looks interesting though. Yeah, and thank you, Russ Floppy. Thanks for dropping in. See you later. The Shibas is saying the M1 Macs are more trouble than they're worth. I could see it. Like, I mean, and the same thing happens like if you upgrade too soon to like the latest Mac OS. So like I still haven't upgraded to I guess it's Monterey, the latest one. I'm still on Big Sur. I didn't even upgrade to there was another one. Or no, I'm on Mojave. Sorry, I'm on Mojave. I've never even upgraded to Big Sur. But that's one of the things you have to worry about, is even if you update to the latest OS, you run into a lot of troubles of like older software not supporting the latest OS. And it's a similar thing with the M1 processor versus an Intel processor. Yeah. Oh, that's good to hear, Sovac. We definitely have to try it when it comes out. Yeah. It's a good point. A good tip. So if you're using an M1 Mac, make sure to use that command there. Yeah. That's good to hear, Kuro. Yeah. Chef's kiss. I'm assuming the chef's kiss is for Svelte. When I was showing that example, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Is it accurate to say that SvelteKit is to Svelte as Nuxt is to Vue? That's my understanding of it, but I do think SvelteKit has even more. I haven't looked at it in a while, but I think SvelteKit might even have like UI components and stuff like that. But for the most part, SvelteKit is kind of like the full framework with more opinions and with things like server-side rendering and server-side generation. Yeah, what's up, Code6Fun? Thanks for being here. How would I personally approach a full-stack application from scratch? I'd pick my back-end library or tech. Right now, I probably would still choose Feathers.js just because I am so familiar with it. I've built a lot of apps with it, and I like it a lot. But that's just me, and that's my preference. There are a lot of other options for like what you would use for backend, and then for the front end, I probably would use Vue with TypeScript. Now, that's just because that's what I'm used to, and that's my experience right now. I think what I probably should be moving a little more towards is using stuff like Nuxt.js or even Next.js and doing stuff like server-side rendered, and then finding back-end technologies that work well with those in terms of maybe even like GraphQL or Prisma. I guess, does Prisma generate GraphQL endpoints? I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that I haven't done on the back end that would be interesting to look into. But if I was building something right now, I would just use what I know. I wouldn't worry about like learning anything new. Yeah. And thank you, Akumanara. I like my hat. Cool. And lucky number Kevin is saying they really dig solid JS. I've looked at that in the past. I haven't spent any time like learning it but seems interesting. This just looks like React. Yeah, but it's different under the hood. Cool. Yeah, I have, Kevly. I'll tell you, I've told this story before, but I think I'm getting old enough that I can repeat stories and just pretend like I've never told them before. But System 76 used to give away free laptop stickers that were, it said powered by Ubuntu. So if you, I spelled Windows wrong, but we'll find it. Powered by Windows. Powered by Windows sticker? You all know what I'm talking about? Why? Why is it so hard to find the literally just powered by Windows? Come on, DuckDuckGo. You can do it. Powered by... Was it powered by Intel? I don't know. You probably know what I'm talking about, though, right? Like, these little stickers that used to come on laptops, they would say, like, Intel inside, or there it is. It would have, like, a Windows version, or say, like, powered by Windows. And System 76 used to give out free powered by Ubuntu stickers. And I got these back in college. And so you would send them a self-addressed stamped envelope. I don't know if they still do this, but at least they used to. You would take an envelope, put your address on it, put a stamp on it, put that inside of another envelope and send that to them, and they would in turn take the envelope out that was pre-addressed and pre-stamped, put stickers in it, and then put it back into the mail for you. I do know System 76, and they're actually based out of Denver, which is where I live. And they are cool because they create laptops specifically that run Linux. There's some other companies out there that do a similar thing, but yeah. All right, I'm too behind on chat. I need to get caught up so that we can fix the overlay stuff, and then I have to go for today. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, like if you're working at a larger company, they're typically going to choose libraries and such that have a big backing, which is why Svelte. The creator was working at the New York Times. I think. Where did Rich Harris get hired? Was it at Vercel or something like that? I don't know. We do have stickers, yeah. So if you check out Redbubble, we've got these stickers. Though that's a reminder for me. I need to log in and make sure that this Coding Garden logo is available, because it should be here, but it's not for some reason. Yeah. Hello, Markovich. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Yeah. I've never tried Rust. Nope. What stack would I recommend for a software engineering portfolio? I think stack is less important. If you're let's say you're just trying to get your first job, because typically you're going to get hired at a place that uses something that you haven't used before. So stack isn't as important as the actual thing that you've built, and then the quality of the code in the thing that you've built. And I would just look at job postings in the area of where you live to see what stacks companies are using, because then you could learn that and put a project with those things in your portfolio. Have not tried Fastify. Nope. And Daddy is saying they built a Twitch bot with Node and a database, but they're having problems with the database. What database would I use? It depends. Like if this bot is only in one Twitch channel and is like specific to one channel, is only doing thing in one place, it probably would be okay to use like some sort of in-memory database. So you could use like SQLite or something like NeDB, DB, which is an in-memory like JSON database. NeDB, this one. File-based embedded data storage. And this has like a really easy API because you're basically dealing with JSON objects, but it's just saving it to a file. And I say it's only good for one channel because if you have a Twitch bot that's in multiple channels, then it's probably going to be trying to do simultaneous reads and writes, and that's when you wouldn't use a flat file database. You'd want to use something like a SQL database or something like Mongo. So personally, if I'm writing a bot for a single channel, I would just use NeDB. And then if it's a multi-channel bot, probably MongoDB, because it's going to be the easiest. And you don't have to set up all like your SQL schemas and stuff like that. Yeah. Is Vue more popular in Europe and something? It's definitely more popular in Asia, as far as I know. And welcome in, Danky King. Thanks for being here. Oh, thank you, Ivo. Actually, I didn't even think about that. I should create like a paid course on feathers, though it's a little more niche because there are less people, not as many people wanting to learn about feathers and willing to pay money for it. I don't know. React hook state 106 error. There's probably a more specific error in there. If you can find the more specific error, we might be able to help you. All right, I'm way too behind. Do you think it's required for an IT guy to watch Mr. Robot? Not required, but if you're even adjacent to tech, it's really interesting because they do a really good job. Like Mr. Robot, pretty much everything they show is based in the real world. Like all the commands they show, all the programs they're running are real things that real hackers would use. So yeah. Okay, no Q&A after this part. Actually, that's not a bad idea, where I could just send the message and be like, nothing after this. And so the moment I see that message, I just skip anything. I skip anything after that. I'll definitely be doing some music streams. Nice, Eddie. That's a lot of points. I don't have GitHub Copilot. I guess I might install it. It seems cool. I mean, it is cool. It's cool. Did I ever try using it on stream? I don't know if I did or not. Wow. So Cushy got a job writing Java, even though they were trying to find a job writing like web front ends. That's crazy. I don't have any direct plans to work on the .NET stuff, but I think what I want to do is I want to redo it with .NET 6 because so if you look at the .NET videos that were recently released on my YouTube channel, those are from a year ago, and I recorded them before .NET 6 came out. And there's some new cool stuff in .NET 6 that I definitely want to use and try out. So if I did it again, I would redo it with .NET 6. Ooh, didn't know about that, Ched. Feathers v5. What stack would you use to build a software engineering portfolio? Yeah, I think I have the same answer. Like it really depends on the kind of companies that you're applying to. And more often than not, like stack isn't as important as the actual things that you build. And I guess by stack you're asking like what back-end framework or front-end framework, that kind of thing, right? Yeah, and that's another good point, Acid Spark, is like if you really wanted to use a flat file database for something that would have simultaneous writes, you could just have separate files for all the things that would need to happen simultaneously. But yeah. What's up? It's Blinksy. We are catching up on chat. But Z already says don't skip me. Did you say anything else, Z already? Did I miss it? Maybe I didn't. Or maybe you were just saying that because I said nothing after this. All right. Now, I'm exhausted, but let's write some code. So the code we're going to write now is meta. It's about the actual overlays. So what I want to fix are these broken avatar images. So you can see that Drop Mania does not have an avatar image. Neither does Salazar. Yeah. Or even Eddie. Eddie's missing an avatar image. And then Stony Eagle, like you'll see every now and then people have broken avatar images. Yeah, so like this, it's not only missing, it's broken. I want to fix that. So let's do that. So all of like this chat overlay is in a repo called SproutKit. Started it a while back with the idea that it would be like general purpose Vue.js components for writing Twitch overlays and chat stuff. But this is, so it's an app, but it's an Electron app. So I can actually pull up the DevTools and we can inspect this. So I'd be curious right now. So if we look at Proto, they have user info, they have badge, they have name, but they don't have an avatar image. It's completely missing. But if we look at Stony Eagle, I guess it's actually on info line. Yeah, info line would have the image, or we call it avatar, and then it has like badges and info. So there's something in my code that's conditionally rendering an avatar, and in the case of like Proto or even Eddie, it's not rendering the avatar at all. So that's what I'm going to need to look at in the code, is just like, what's the conditional that would stop an avatar from rendering? And then this broken image thing is a back end issue. That's not even going to be a front end issue. Okay, so let us look at the code. Specifically, it's going to be the Sprout Kit chat card. And yeah, so I think ultimately it's not showing the image because the image doesn't exist on that user. Because this is saying if the image property exists, like it was passed into this component, then it should be displayed. But because it doesn't exist, it's not even being passed down. So this is Vue.js. The components here are written in Vue.js. And then I'm gonna hide my screen for just a second. I don't wanna give away my API keys if they're there. Okay. So actually, I think both of these issues are back-end issues, so I won't even be able to fix them on the front end. But it's good to know that basically the back end is not populating the image. And then in the case of Stony Eagle, the back end is not updating an outdated image that is... So I think just in general, we just have a profile update issue. Cool. Let me show you what I'm looking at. And Pranav Sense, are you here? If you're here, just say hello. Because well, never mind. I was going to say, I think your image wouldn't show up, but you do have a profile image URL. Right now, I'm looking in the WebSocket debugger, and this is basically... Alka! What's up, dude? Thank you for the resub. Thanks for coming in. These are basically all of the user objects. So whenever the app loads up, it requests the profile info of every single user that has sent a message. And that, in turn... Oh, it has a logo property. Yeah, so like this user has a logo property, but if we look at these, they don't have a logo property, but they do have a image property. You know what it is? It's probably like when the Twitch API... That's exactly what it is. So Twitch API recently deprecated their older endpoints. I switched them over, and I don't think I'm grabbing that logo property. Or using that logo property right. And Excalo, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Okay, I have a note to self that I need to fix that, but that's going to be on the back end, which is a separate repo. But it all has to do with how the back end gets the profile information to put it all together. I'll pull it up really quick just to see if the error is easy enough to spot, but I don't want to spend too much time on the back end code. We will fix Stony Eagle's jailbreak, though, and he can demonstrate that. And yeah, Stony Eagle, feel free to demonstrate the jailbreak. And Eduardo, welcome in. And hello, I am Gurain and Mosazak, welcome in. Yeah, it should be assets work. It should be easy, but I don't know. um. Yeah, actually, that should be it. So what Acid Spark was just mentioning, I just have to set what the old property is to what we expect it to be, and we just confirm what we're expecting it to be. Anna Codes, hello, thanks for being here. Welcome in. Maybe get the name of that property. I guess at this point I don't need to be hiding my screen. Okay, I'll show you what I'm doing. So, this little overlay here talks to a backend. Nice, Stony Eagle. And this is the jailbreak that. So this is a different issue we have to fix. So Stony Eagle has jailbroken out of the chat card. You can see that he's overlapping with Ryan's chat card. Yeah. But before I fix that, this is the backend code that actually gets the user profile information from Twitch. And I think all we have to do is set the logo property. Because if we look at the front end code is expecting the user to have a logo property, but they don't anymore. So I was just about to look at the Twitch API, look at like the user's endpoint. And then look at the properties, because what we want is the profile image URL, and we're just going to map that to logo. Honestly, I think that's the fix. So u.logo equals u.profile image URL. Done. That should fix it. Let me deploy this to the backend, and hopefully all of our image woes will be fixed. Yeah, and I have a way of debugging this locally, but I'm just going to assume that is the fix. That's the fix. Like, I'm just going to commit it, not even run the code, and hope for the best. Now, it didn't immediately work, but the other reason is my backend is actually caching profile information. So, push to production on a Friday. What can go wrong? Yeah. Whoa, Stony Eagle, you're that's too much. We're gonna fix. I have a feeling that this bug right here is gonna be really, really easy to fix. But I do believe that our backend is caching profile information. So if your profile was retrieved less than 30 minutes ago, it won't actually update. But I could run a quick thing that would do it anyways. Let me see. Um, hmm. I guess I can show. Right now. I'm just basically scrolling through my backend code. Because this is the user service that gets called to get a user's profile info. Because this is what calls that function that I just updated. And then it calls create. I think I've talked about this before, but I'm searching the database by Twitch username instead of by Twitch ID. Which seems fine. Two users can't have the same name. Okay. I thought that would have fixed it, honestly, because I don't think when the app restarts, I don't think it's actually pulling from the cache. But let's see. Actually, I guess the other thing I could do, though, is as a front-end fix, is to use this property. I could say user.logo or user.profile image URL. Did I fix it? Who didn't have an image before? Okay, no, I didn't fix it because this person still doesn't have an image. Okay, I'm gonna fix that at a later time. Oh, you're right. The Devero. It wouldn't break it. They would just have two entries in the database. One with their old username, one with their new username. Yeah. I'm going to fix that off stream, but I am going to fix this because I think that actually is going to be super easy. Because we have this chat card component. So this is the component that contains the entire card. And then it just has this message class. So if we look in the CSS, the message itself should have overflow hidden. I think. Yes. Yes, we fixed it. So that's all I needed to do. So now, if we look at Stony Eagle's messages that had those giant things like this, now it cannot break outside of its little message box. Did I fix it? So you were mentioning only allow one marquee and no nesting. I like nesting marquees. That's a fun effect that you can get with that. Oh, that is true, Dropmania, huh? Okay, actually, I know what to do then. We can say prefer this property over logo. There we go, and we fixed Stony Eagle's image too. Okay, we fixed it. We sort of fixed it. Well, that would be very rude if you changed your image to a picture of a broken image. Though, yeah, so it fixed for most people, though. No, wait. Dropmania, it worked on this message, but then for some reason it's gone on this message. And then ProtoWeb is still missing theirs. So I've only fixed it about 70% of the way. Oh, only emote mode? Okay. Oh, you're right. Yeah, and I guess that's the other thing, is if it's emote only, I don't show your image at all. So that's why do I do that? I guess we had a reason for doing that. But that's literally it. Emote only mode doesn't show your image. Yeah, I guess that was so. When a message is emote only, we hid everything. We hid the image. We hid that. Yeah, there's Proto. I guess has Proto only been using emotes? Because I feel like I haven't seen Proto's messages at all. It is how I handled /me. Yeah, so everyone should try this. If you do /me, you'll see in Twitch chat, it looks like it's italics and it's like really short. But then you can see that on my overlay, I set it to be the same color as your username, because that's actually what Twitch used to do. Murdoch, thank you for the 26 months. Wow, tier 2. Thank you so much. Cool. Surprisingly, we've fixed things. It's actually hilarious how hand wavy I am about my own code, but we fixed the broken avatar images. We fixed the chat box breakout. Somebody earlier mentioned that I should set a max height. A max height is set. So like if you send a really, really long message, it actually scrolls. So I do have a max height, but the max height was set on the parent component, I think. So you got the chat card, and then if you look at the message list, how am I transitioning the list of messages to slide down while also getting the new message to slide in? Honestly, I'm using a transition group. So this is that code right here. So this transition group basically wraps every single chat card. Yeah, that was nice, Anna Codes. I think they stopped doing it on Twitch because people were abusing it. Like, because it used to be, when you did /me, it was the name of your, or is the same color as your username, but then other people that didn't know what that was thought it was like some sort of official message, and you could word it to make it look like it's like an official message or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, this transition group wraps every single card. And then if we look at the... Where are the styles? Oh. I think the styles are in here. Yeah. This is all I had to do to get the animations appearing as you see them. Yeah, it's true, Alka. It was there for a really long time. I think just the amount of spammers went up, and the amount of people trying to do bad things went up. While we're here, I think what I'll do is if a message is a /me message, we'll make the text italics or italicized, because that's what Twitch does. What is how do I make something italic in CSS? Is it not text decoration? Oh, it is font style, isn't it? Yeah, it's italic. Oh, cool. I don't know. My mind just went blank. Yeah, it's font style. Thank you. I'm not italic. So where do I use me? I think I just need a better selector. Oh. I could just do dot message. I'll just do dot message. So me dot message has a font style of italic. No, that didn't work. Because I'm not even putting the me class on there. Well, is that just leftover? I guess it is, but that's fine. I can just do a class binding here. So add the me class if me is true. Line 16. Yeah, this code is commented out, so I guess I wrote that before, but then I got rid of it, and now I'm just setting the color here. This is how you do a class binding, right? I don't think so, Ryan. You're asking like, what are there limits to style props? Oh, nice one, Drop Mania. And thank you, Michael. I'm gonna use that as my example. So the whole chat card should have class me, and it doesn't. Oh, it does. Yeah, you're right. There it is. Me. Okay. And then, so it should be me, descendant, message. Should have font style italic. And actually, so yeah, so me is the parent selector. Oh, it's actually a child selector, right? Because this is saying chat card that has me inside of it, but in this case, chat card is me. Thanks, Alka. That's what I need. That. Because that says chat card that has class me. There we go. That took long enough, but now that's italics. Cool. All right, everybody do a /me message. Nice. And you can see that I since the selector is right now, it fixed some of the padding as well. That looks cool. I like this. I like this. Okay. Yeah, another thing we can do right now though is add some other common greetings to the thing that I click whenever I want to say hi to everybody. And I think that is in here. Yeah, here it is. Great. So that specifically is this. So I can click this button and then it filters out all of the messages to only show the first message from any user that matches this regular expression. But what are some other greetings we can add in here? I think the one Chad mentioned was what's up, like that. Is that how people spell what's up? What are some other greetings? I guess we could do hola. Do I have yo in here? I don't. What's up? I mean, I guess I'm opening up a can of worms, as it were, if I include hola, because we do say here that we like to keep it in English just so that we can mod the chat. But if I add hola, then I should probably add every other language. So just to be fair, I'm gonna keep it English, because that would be a lot. Plop. The greeting from the Truman Show. Yeah, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Afternoon, evening. Nobody really says good night as a greeting, though. At least in English-speaking countries. Like in Spanish-speaking countries, you would say buenos noches, right? It's like hello, good night, like as a greeting, isn't it? But like in the U.S., you never really say, like, if you're seeing someone, if you're meeting someone and it's nighttime, you don't say good night, you say hello. Oh, in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Buenos tardes. Okay. Yeah. Buenos noches. Just like big nachos. Okay, I think that's it. I mean, are there any other people always ask me for greetings to add here. Are there any others that I need to add? Yeah, I added yo. Oh, I think sup is a definite good one. Yeah, sup. Oh, and then Alka gave us the the regular expression for it. So like, was with an optional or was is optional with a sup. Was up. I'm okay with just having both. That's a little bit easier. Cheers. I like that one. Greetings. Hiya. Bidet? Is that where is that? Is that a greeting? Or like good day, bidet? I like that. How you? Wait. Isn't it? How you doing? How do you do? Is that the abbreviation people use? Oh, Critical Role reference. Okay, I don't get the reference. Okay, I think we're gonna stick with that, and then I'm not gonna add that abbreviation. That's it. That's all. Um, you're right. We also want Elo. Do Brits really say all right as a greeting? All right. All right. Like when you come across someone, you haven't seen them all day today, you just say, "All right." Thank you, Bass Peter. Appreciate it. All right. Let me see if I did this right. This regular expression. Anybody that hasn't done a greeting today, type "elo" either with an apostrophe. So some people type "elo" without the apostrophe at the beginning, and some like that. Okay, so we caught that one, but do we catch it without the apostrophe? And so this is only going to be if it's your first message. So it works for "elo" too. Cool. I guess I don't have a lot of chat history. Yeah, so my chat history only goes 2 hours back, even though I've been live for 3 hours. Because we're editing this, when it reopens, it's only 2 hours of chat history. Okay, great. I can't believe it, but we actually got stuff done today. I can't believe it. We fixed the overlay. People's avatar images are back. We made some improvements to the /me messages. We have new greetings. Things are happening on the Coding Garden. Yeah, we're getting stuff done. All right, I'm going to go. But before I go, I will remind you to sign up on my mailing list. If I ever get banned from Twitch, or my YouTube channel gets shut down, or my Discord gets shut down, I need a way to stay in contact with you. So if you like me, if you like my content, please sign up on my mailing list, and I can keep in touch with you in the event that one of these platforms goes under. You can read the disclaimer before signing up. I'm never gonna spam you. You have the ability to delete your information from my server directly. Basically, we're GDPR compliant, but we don't have any pop-ups telling you that we are. And I promise to send you mostly interesting things. Anyone here, did you get the live notification today? And did it make you chuckle? Because I wrote it like right before I went live, and yeah. What is my favorite CSS library? I mean, probably Bootstrap. It's just been around for so long. No, but that's the thing, Vulture Bike. I really want to avoid like, comment, and subscribe, because that's, I mean, the thing at this point, people consuming content on YouTube know that you have to do that. And I don't want to have to say that all the time. Oh, it's true, Murdoch. I might just show up on your doorstep one day. Cool. Yeah, and so you can choose which lists you want to be on. Live notifications will be like I send an email when I go live, so you know to tune in. And then news and updates is going to have information about like courses I launch and stuff like that. I started this list a week ago. I have not sent any message to the news and updates list, so you can at least know so far I haven't spammed anyone. Oh, it went to your spam folder? That's not good to hear, Stoskly. Do you use Gmail? I'm curious what you use. And Alka says, just to share, I recently gemmed out my first WebRTC project. Microphone input gets turned into data that's streamed to another client that runs an animation with buttons that the client can also change the pose of an animation. Wow. So you have audio streaming over WebRTC? And then that audio triggers an animation. That's really cool. Well, Stalsky, that's sad to hear. I mean, I guess for other people it didn't go to spam, but if you could mark it not as spam, that actually helps, because then Gmail won't think it's spam for other people. Oh, you got it for spam too? And Infrets? Dang. Well, I don't want to have to change my email provider. Because that's the thing, yeah. Some people's it didn't go to spam, some's did. I think if you can help me out and mark it as not spam, it'll help it to not go to spam in the future. Didn't go to your domain email. Huh. Thanks, Murdoch. Appreciate it. So to send it, I'm actually using... and I mean, I understand why this potentially would get marked as spam, but it is one of the cheapest ways to send massive amounts of emails. I'm using the Stellar Business Plan on Namecheap because they let you send. So, and that's the thing, it's a shared server, so it's possible that someone else is spamming from the same shared server, which is why my message got marked as spam too. But for $5 a month, I can send an unlimited number of emails, and I can send up to 10,000 emails per hour. You can't find any email service that offers that. Yeah. And so for the platform, it's not I'm self-hosting it, but it's called ListMonk. You can put it on your own server, and then you can just you plug in your own information for like what SMTP server it's going to use to send the emails. SMTP is the protocol for sending emails. You could also plug in info for using an API like SendGrid or something like that. Why don't I use AWS? From what I saw, it actually does get more expensive than that, depending on how big your email list is. But yeah, so I have DKIM and SPF records. I don't know if I have DMARC. But when I was doing my initial debugging, I was sending emails to myself from it, I got it to not show up in spam by at least getting the DKIM, and SPF record set. I don't know. Yeah, I think that's another thing you can do is you can actually, if you reply to that message, it will go to cj@coding.garden. Yeah. So, I mean, I might switch to AWS. I just, there was a reason I didn't use AWS. I don't know. I thought at the scale, like right now, I'm on a very small scale. Like there's only 200 people on my mailing list. So honestly, I could have used something like MailChimp or something like that. I'm just planning for the future. Yeah. Crafty Becky is saying, I'm starting a newsletter for the Star Trek region of Colorado, Wyoming, New Mexico, and Arizona using MailerLite. I plan to start with the drag and drop, and then I want to build it with HTML and CSS. Yeah, I don't think there's not a drag and drop builder for Listmonk. They just have like a what you see is what you get editor, and you can customize the templates. But ultimately, like the wrapper template has already been coded in HTML, and then anytime I send an email, it's just plain text. I've never heard of MailerLite though. Yeah. Yeah, and like if you have a smaller email list, you can find services like this, and it's totally fine. But I mean, if I can get 10% of my YouTube subscribers to sign up for my mailing list, that's already like 12,000 subscribers. So I would instantly be in the enterprise tier, which would cost a whole lot more. If we look at AWS simple messaging service price calculator, I think technically it would be pretty cheap. It's SNS, simple notification service. This would probably be cheaper. There was a reason I didn't decide to use AWS, and like I went with Namecheap. I don't know. Yeah, and so I have all the things that should prevent it from going to spam, because like there's unsubscribe. You can unsubscribe. The Listmonk automatically sets email headers so that like if you've ever seen in Gmail it says like automatically unsubscribe, that actually looks at the headers of the emails that you're getting to use their unsubscribe link. Yeah. Oh, like if they have a Gmail account, could you do plus important on their Gmail account? Huh. Yeah, it should be. It appends the unsubscribe URL to the header, and it's listed in the email. Mail tester? What is mail tester? Newsletter spam test. Okay. I'm gonna try it. Is this the right thing, Zrela? Rayla? Okay. I don't know how I'm gonna do that. I think I need to create like a single list for this thing. Um, so I need to create a CSV really quick. Huh. I don't know how to add them without pre-opting them in is the issue. Let's try it. Oh! Huh! Check it out. I got a 10 out of a 10. So you can see the message I sent as a newsletter to this one here. This is a test. Spam Assassin likes you. Cool. I'm not fully authenticated. I do not have a DMARC record. That's something I'll have to look into and fix that. I'm listed in a blacklist. Oh, right there. Yeah, and it's so because I think that's the issue of using shared hosting. I should have thought about this though. So because it's shared hosting, that means other users on that server have websites and potentially use use the email server to send spam. Well, Yeah, you just have to. So what Zarella is mentioning, they created on their own VPS. You just have to be sure that the static IP address that you get assigned to that VPS isn't in any list already. Because if it's not, then you're good to go from the beginning because you're going to be setting it up from there. Okay, I think. And the Alt F4 stream, thank you for the raid. We were getting ready to get out of here, but thanks for coming in. Shouts out. Welcome. What were you working on? DevOps. Nice. We had a pretty chill stream today. We did some. Actually, I'll keep you all entertained for all the raiders coming in. We'll do another Code Wars speed run. So we did this earlier today. I tried to solve as many beginner programming problems as I could in 7 minutes flat. And then we were working on my chat overlay. So this is my custom overlay here. And I had some... there were some issues with avatars showing up, but we fixed that. So yeah. Oh yeah, and that's true. So... if you hadn't heard, I'm going full time. So starting in and thank you for that Prime sub, Storm and Rage. Starting in July, I'm going to be streaming 3 to 4 times a week. I'm going to be creating lots of YouTube videos, and also going to be creating paid courses. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, please drop a follow. I'd appreciate it. But yeah, and see you later, Alt F4. Thank you very much for the raid. Yeah, but welcome in, raiders. Does any of the raiders do you like JavaScript? I know Alt F4 does a lot of TypeScript stuff. But here's what I'm going to do before I go. Let me see how many Code Wars code katas I can solve in 7 minutes without ever seeing them before. Let me close all this extra stuff. Close that. Cool. But then after that, I do have to go because it's getting late. I've been streaming for a little over 3 hours. So yeah, you can take bets now. Actually, I guess we could do a prediction. And thank you for those subs. Yeah, CM Griffin. Thanks, dude. Thanks for the 25 months. Storm and Rage with the Prime, Newrag with the Prime, Codex API. Thank you for the supports. So as I mentioned, I'm going full time, so it really helps. It's gonna allow me to keep doing this. I appreciate it. And the NetImp, thank you for the bits. All right, let's do a speed run. And actually, we'll do a prediction. How many will I be able to solve? So, will I solve more than 7 katas in 7 minutes? Yeah, I'm gonna be doing 8Q. So there's still the really, really easy ones, but you saw before. Sometimes I get messed up with the descriptions and stuff. So will I solve more than 7 katas in 7 minutes? So if I solve 8 or more, you will win this prediction. Yeah, like Chad was mentioning earlier, I'm only going to give you 1 minute to do. Oh, I'll give you 2 minutes. 2 minutes to do this. Earlier, I only did 6 in 7 minutes, not inclusive. So I have to solve 8, at least 8, for you to win. If I only solve 7, it's a no. Will I solve more than 7 katas in 7 minutes? All right, you have 2 minutes to make your prediction. I will say it's a long bet. It's very likely that I'm not going to be able to, but if you want to, I don't know, potentially make a lot of points, you could say yes. But I will say that it's very likely I'm not going to be able to. And Vinks, thank you very, very much for that Prime sub. You gotta shoot your shot. Here's the thing that people might not be taking into account. I am fairly warm in that I've been coding, I've been talking, I'm ready. Earlier, that was the first code I'd written in weeks, honestly. And I only did 6 and 7 minutes. So I think the fact that I'm warm and I've been streaming for a while means that I think I can get past 7. We'll see though. Yeah, I mean I haven't written code since in a week. I haven't written code since last Friday. Does this guy even code? How's my camera in general, by the way? Do I look better than usual? How's the color? How's the shadow, the lighting? Better or worse? No difference. Well, thank you, Storm and Rage. Appreciate it. Sharper. Yeah, so this my partner literally did it last night. She sewed a piece of black fabric so that you can't see through the mesh, which makes it way easier to do the chroma key. Cool. There are still chroma key artifacts in the middle of the screen. Yeah, I mean you can see the blue around my fingertips. Yeah, I have a blue screen behind blue screen, green chair. All right, is the prediction over? And Stony, thank you very much for the two gifted. Okay, so 65% of people, 65% of the points do not think that I can do 8 or more katas in 7 minutes. All right, let's get into it. We'll do that. Is the timer's up there. And set it to 7 minutes. Here we go. Actually, well, what Alka mentions, maybe it's time to write your own OBS filter for your blue screen. Do you think I could get better results if I wrote my own filter? I don't know. Regardless, let's do this. So I have these sorted by most completed, but then I have katas that I have not trained on. So these are programming problems that I've never seen before. And I'm just going to go from the top. All right. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. In this short video, I'm going to attempt to solve as many 8Q code katas as possible in 7 minutes. Did I say in 7 minutes? As many as I can in 7 minutes. I'm going to set a 7-minute timer. I'm going to start solving these, and these are problems that I've never seen before. Now, do note that these are the easiest problems on Code Wars. They get much harder. These are just some of the easiest, and I'm going to do my best. All right, enough intro. Here we go. The first one is called Can We Divide It? Your task is to create the function isDivided_by to check if a number is divisible by both a and b. All right, we can do that. We can use modulo. So we'll say if number mod a is equal to 0 and number mod b is equal to 0, we just return that, because if that is true, then it is divisible by both a and b. Let's try it out. Great. Attempt. Great. Submit. All right, on to the next one. Quarter of the year. Given a month as an integer from 1 to 12, return to which quarter of the year it belongs as an integer number. Okay. So for example, the month 2 is part of the first quarter. Month 6 is part of the second quarter. I don't even know how do I solve this? Divide by 4? Multiply by 4? I mean, I know, like, I guess, like, a really manual way. Do we just mod 4? Or mod 12? 1 divided by 12 is n divided by 4. Yeah, I could just do it with this statement. That's what I'm going to do. So if month is less than... so there are 4 quarters, right? So less than 4, less than 8... so 12, 8, 3... No, it's what's 12 divided by 4 is 3, so it's going to be 3. Then it's going to be 6. Then it's going to be 9, and it's going to be 12. Oh, this one take me like 2 minutes. So we return 1, return 2, return 3, return 4, and we want less than or equal to. Whew. This is one of those problems that, like, has no real like. There's definitely like a formula I could have figured out. Regardless, let's keep going. All right, sum a mixed array. Given an array of integers as strings and numbers, return the sum of the array values as if they were all numbers. Oh, yeah, easy. So I mean, not easy, because we do need to like sum the thing, but I'm just going to use a reduce. So we have our sum, and then we have the given value, and I can say sum plus value. However, if I want to make sure that if it's like a string, it gets converted into a number, I need to do something like that. And this all starts at 0. Let's see. There we go. We've done it. All right. Next one is third angle of a triangle. You're given 2 interior angles of a triangle. Write a function to return the third. So I believe the 3 angles of a triangle add up to 180. So if we do a plus b, 180 minus a plus b, we should get the angles of a triangle. That's it. Yeah. And so for that one, you had to know that the angles of a triangle are 180. Okay. Next one is Grasshopper. Complete the function so that it finds the average of the 3 scores passed into it and returns the letter value associated with that grade. Oof. We got to do letter values. So I'm actually just going to copy this, and these are going to be my if statements. Does this give me... Can I do multi-cursor? Ooh, I can. So I can do like this. Okay, so that's our logic. And then the score is going to be the sum of the 3. S1 plus S2 plus S3 divided by 3. They basically did the work for me. No! Okay. Let's see. What am I doing wrong? So find the average of the 3 scores. So the average of these 3 should be the 3 added together divided by 3. That should be right? Test values are always between 0 and 100. There's no need to check for negative values or values greater than 100. Is that... Did I not do it right? I need an and? Oh, what? Oh, you're totally right. Yeah, that's not how this things work. So if score... Yeah, you're totally right. You cannot... I mean, and that's a good thing to know about JavaScript, is you cannot write if statements like this. You have to write them like that. Okay. That's the winner. Okay, I think we have time for at least maybe one more. Find the first non-consecutive number. Oh, goodness, that's a lot of words. Can I even read that in 10 seconds? Let's look at the example test. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Oh, God. Okay, so basically we're looking at the array. And we want to find the first number in the array that isn't one less than the one before it. So let's do this. So we're going to iterate over the array. And we're going to start at 1. And so we'll say if array at I minus array at I. I'm out of time. I'm out of time. All right, how many did I do? Did I only do 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, this quarter of the year, that really stumped me. I was like, I don't know. I don't know how to do that. We literally just had to do if statements. Okay, so that's all for that. If you want to see me solve the rest of this specific problem, check out the VOD on Twitch. Otherwise, thank you for watching this. See you later. Man. Who would have thought? I literally spent a minute and a half on this one. You need this emote? Let's see. I'll think about it. Did anyone else, did anyone just think, oh, math.ceiling of number divided by 3? I was completely stumped. I was just like, I don't know what you're asking for here. The best answers of this one, or of all of them? Yeah. Well, okay. So let me finish solving this one, and then we'll do the rest. So my thought on this one is you iterate over the array, looking at 2 numbers at a time. And if the 2 numbers are not if the difference between them is more than 1, then we found the non-consecutive one. If array at I minus the one before it does not equal 1, then return array at I. Yeah. Guess not. All sequential. Well, what happens if they're all sequential? If the whole array is consecutive, then return null squared? That was just written weird. Okay, so that's how you solve that one. Basically, I'm looking at pairs of numbers, and if the difference is more than 1, I know that it wasn't consecutive. Cool. All right. And Ryan, were you asking to see the best out of all of these? And Cheyenne has a good question. Are these katas good for preparing for interviews? It depends. So, and it depends on like the kind of job you're applying for. And also, you would want to be doing harder ones. So these 8Qs are really, really beginner. So these are kind of just like if you're learning a programming language or you're learning to program altogether. That's what these 8Qs are really good for. And an interview programming question is likely to be more like a 6Q, a 5Q, or a 4Q. Like, much more difficult. And again, it varies by how the company you're applying for does interviews. I would say probably sites like LeetCode are probably better for preparing for interviews because they have more computer science algorithm heavy ones, whereas these are not all that. A lot of them are just like learning about language features and stuff like that, which is different than actual like data structures and algorithms. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's true though. Like, how often do you actually use modulus in your day-to-day coding? I don't know if I ever did. Maybe when I was dealing with, maybe if you're doing like interesting styling of every other item in a list or something like that, maybe you use mod. But yeah, it doesn't pop up that much. And yeah, Kush Alien mentions LeetCode is probably better for that. But yeah, in general, like Ryan is saying, it's good practice for like just getting your chops, like practicing solving problems, and also like like you saw me struggle. Also practice making sure you actually understand the problem presented to you, because that's half the battle. Is just understanding what's being asked of you. Yeah. Quick stretch. Oh, just that one. Yeah. So this seems to be the most popular one. So you take the number of the month. So let's say it's February. That's 2. Divide it by 3, and then you round up, which is what math.ceiling does. It seems fine, but I wouldn't have thought of that on the spot. Like, that's why I was just like, all right, I'm gonna write some if statements because I have no idea how to do math to figure this out. Sure, you can null squared. It's the answer is nan, right? Nan. Wait, are you kidding? Is null squared 0? There is there some type coercion going on here? There is. Yeah. It's type coercion. So we talked about this earlier in the stream, but and we talked about it for double equals. But this is you can't multiply null. You can't. So JavaScript is trying to help us out, and it coerces null to be 0. It coerces this null to be 0, and then 0 times 0 is 0. That's what's happening. I would bet that's what's happening. Yeah. It's true. It's true. Like of all these problems we're solving, and then like the ones you see on LeetCode, it really is just for interview prep. And again, it depends on the kind of interviews that the companies do, and the companies do that you're applying to. But the stuff isn't exactly applicable to our day-to-day jobs as web developers, or really even like general software engineers. It's like a very specific kind of software engineer that does those algorithmic kind of things. Yeah. And that's a good point, Ryan. Like, just lots and lots of practice helps, but that doesn't mean you're going to be prepared. It Practicing these coding things is just part of the process. Show me the money. Modulo lives rent free in my mind. Yeah, and that's I mean, we could do a whole stream talking about interviewing tips, but it's like, I mean, you saw me blank for a second. I was like, I have no idea how to do this. The only way I can think to do this is to literally compare the number to see where it falls in the quarters, and then I solved it. But that's what you would do in an interview, is like, don't lock up, just talk out loud what you're struggling with. Yeah, I mean, this is a little weirder. I mean, that gives us nan. That gives us 0. Yeah, so nan plus 0 is nan, right? But if I do this plus this, I get 0. Can you get your prediction rewards? Yeah, you can. Choose the outcome. Will I solve more than 7 katas in 7 minutes? No. Sorry, everyone. I tried my best. But that quarters one really took me for a loop. Oh yeah, let's talk about multi-cursor. This is their web-based editor that has it, but VS Code has it as well. So like you can actually on a Mac you hold down Command, and then you can create multiple cursors. Wow, I'm typing in multiple spots. But it works in VS Code as well. You just hold down Command or hold down Control, put your cursor a bunch of places, and then just start typing. Well, thank you, Yups. Yeah. On a PC, hold down Alt. Yeah. I had no idea. I've been coding for a long time. It depends on the editor. I don't know if all of them support it. And of course, like if you use Vim or Terminal Editor, there's probably a shortcut to get multiple cursors. You obviously can't click interactively, but yeah. I would guess it's probably Monaco Editor. We can see. Because Monaco Editor is what VS Code is based on. And then it gets all that functionality, like alt arrows and command click. It gets that all by default. Oh no, they're using Code Mirror. Code Mirror is another one. This one. The extensible code editor. Oh yeah, this is a really good one. This is your homework, everyone. Before I see you next time, you should have watched this video. Oh, I didn't even think about that. So yeah, if I hold down Command, it doesn't work in this editor, but I think that would work in VS Code. You can hold it and then drag your cursor, and it'll create multiple cursors. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go. Thank you everyone for the supports. Is Equal, thank you for that Prime. I missed that. And Stony Eagle, thanks again for the 2 gifts. Thanks again to the Alt F4 stream for the raid. Thanks for any raiders that stuck around. I appreciate you being here. Is there gonna be no? This is just a fun video. Like if you want to laugh, go watch that video. Ton of supports today. I really appreciate it. Thank you all for being a part of the community. Thank you for hanging out here with me. I appreciate you. Stay awesome. Sign up on my email list if you haven't. There will be no stream next week. Next Friday. There's no stream next Friday. There might be one on like Sunday or Monday. But basically, next week is a dead week. And then be on the lookout for my stream schedule. So I'm actually going to release the days of the week that I'm going to be streaming. And it'll be on a trial basis because I had it on my list of things to try and figure out, like, what's the best way to figure out when everyone's available and when everyone can actually watch me on Twitch. But release the schedule. But it's not easy to do. So I'm going to have an initial schedule that's mainly based on when mods are available, because that's really when I can stream, is when there are mods that can help me out. Yeah, I think initially when I release courses, it's going to be a pay per course, but further down the line, I do want to create a like some sort of subscription service, and I'll think of a way to like grandfather people, and like people that have paid for courses before might get like a month free of subscription service or something like that. Don't know, but yeah, sign up on the email list. Join the Discord, follow on YouTube, and if I do have a favor to ask you. So I am gradually releasing old live streams on YouTube, and if you could just interact with those videos that I'm uploading. Like the issue is they're all a year old. Not all of them are super interesting. I mean, a lot of it is just a lot of content that I've done, and I want to get it onto YouTube. But the dilemma is, if I just upload a bunch of videos that get really low views, then that will hurt my engagement, and it's going to be harder to grow the channel once I start creating newer videos. So if you could do me a favor and engage with these older live streams that are getting uploaded, that would help me out a lot. That is all. That is all. I appreciate you. Let's go on a raid. If you are a sub, you can use this raid message. So I'm saying, I didn't say it, you said it. You said it. If you're not a sub, you can use this raid message. You can also come up with your own raid message. Oh yeah, and you can try our Coding Garden raid emote. We need to update it. It needs a better outline so you can like better read the word raid, but you can use that emote. Yeah, stay awesome. I don't know who we're gonna raid, but whoever we raid, show them lots of love if you like what they're doing. Drop a follow if you like what they're doing, all that good stuff. Actually, show them lots of love even if you don't like what they're doing. Just be nice. Be nice, be thankful. Drop them a follow if you like what they're doing. All right. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And this is my daily reminder that stop signs are for stopping.